It's the final game of the 1992 baseball season for the Giants and the Reds. Game number 162. All the action and more coming to you from Riverfront Stadium right after this.
Live from Riverfront Stadium, where the Giants take on the Reds. Today's game is brought to you in part by Nissan. It's time to expect more from a car. By Valvoline Motor Oil. People who know use Valvoline. By AT&T, the right choice. By your Toyota dealers and their quality line of cars and trucks. By Stagecoach Funds, available for investors now at every Wells Fargo office. By American Airlines, something special in the air. And by Budweiser, the king of beers. Nothing beats a Bud.
Hi, everybody. I'm Hank Greenwald, and welcome to the final game of the 1992 season for the San Francisco Giants. Along with me, Dwayne Kuiper and Ron Fairley. And guys, while we have a chance, let's take a moment and look back on this season, the season that held out certainly some hope for Giant fans at the outset. They got off to a good start, and things didn't quite go the way they'd planned.
Well, they really didn't, Hank, and I think, you know, for the Giants, you have to ask yourself, is there much of a future? And I suppose if you look at the core of this team, it's their infield. Royce Clayton, of course, showed that defensively he is ready to play. Offensively, you know, he might be a year or so away. But overall, the heart and soul of this team is the infield. And again, you'd have to say that this season is a bitter disappointment for Roger Craig and for Al Rosen. But yet there are some good spots. In that case, the future is pretty good.
All right, Ron, of course, one reason that things often don't work out is because teams have unrealistic expectations, but we all know what the disappointments were this year, but there were some pluses as well. Why don't we talk about that?
Well, absolutely. I think you're going to start right out there on the mound. If you're going to win, you're going to win with pitching. And you can look to what Bill Swift accomplished this year. He led the National League in ERA. Look at the job that Rod Beck did down the bullpen. That, to me, is a big positive. It looks like the Giants could have a closer. And then moving Bradley from the bullpen to the starting rotation. I think the last few ball games that he pitched, he struck out in these last two starts. He struck out 17 Atlanta Braves. I think those are real positives. And when you look at the overall staff, they had an ERA under 4 this year, and that's pretty darn good when you take in the entire pitching staff. So I think the Giants have some pretty good things going.
All right, and as we look ahead to the playoffs get underway next week, and there's been a lot of talk about that. 3 of the 4 teams who were in them last year will be back again this year, and we'll give you a little bit of an analysis of that when we return in just a moment.
It doesn't look like baseball.
What is this?
It doesn't sound like baseball. It doesn't even taste like baseball. For Jack Elliott, baseball has a new name.
What's the deal, Doc?
Same to you.
Only he can't pronounce it. Tom Selleck.
Do the hokey pokey! Turn yourself around!
Mr. Baseball, rated PG-13. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
It said he is to computer software what Thomas Edison is to the light bulb. The software Bill Gates developed runs 75% of the computers in the world. And on the day he turned 36, his company, Microsoft, was bigger than Xerox, Kodak, and McDonald's. Where in today's world do you find companies capable of such astonishing growth? Actually, there's a list of them printed every day. NASDAQ, the stock market for the next 100 years.
Nissan introduces the 93 truck with a roomy interior, the most standard horsepower in its class, and a ranking as best compact pickup in customer satisfaction, which are all reasons why Jack Munson, who owns one of our old trucks, wants to buy our new one, but not the only reasons. You see, Jack's old truck has over 1 million miles. Who knows how far he'll go in our new one? Save up to $1,400 in factory-to-dealer incentives now.
One of the most exciting times of the baseball season is the playoffs. Some people feel it's more exciting, perhaps, than the World Series that better baseball is played. Dwayne Kuiper, your thoughts on the playoffs as they shape up this year?
Well, I think the biggest concern that I see is Tom Glavine of the Atlanta Braves. I think there must be something wrong. Otherwise, he would start the opening game. They've got him scheduled to pitch the third game. I also think that there are really two key guys in the playoffs, and that's Dave Winfield of the Blue Jays. It may be his year, and also Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds is due to have a good postseason, and it may be this year. So I think the best team in baseball is the Toronto Blue Jays, and I think finally a World Series is going to end up in Canada.
Ron, you've been there as both a player and as a broadcaster, so to speak. Let's look at it from those perspectives as we discuss the situation here.
Well, I don't think you can get a better playoffs than what they had last year in the National League between the Pirates and the Atlanta Braves. For some reason, I think this year the Pirates may have a chance to come back and beat the Atlanta Braves. I think a big key, as Dwayne pointed out, is going to be Barry Bonds. If the Atlanta Braves shut him down in the first couple of ball games, look for Barry Bonds to have the pressure on him and not be able to perform very well. And of course, the Braves have that good left-handed pitching that they can throw at you. As far as the American League is concerned, I know Dwayne likes the Toronto Blue Jays. They have an excellent ball club. Man for man, they might be a better ball club than the A's. However, the A's know how to win, and they have been there before, they have won before, and they've got a good ball club. So I don't know. I look at it pretty close over there.
I think a key thing, too, might be, as far as the Braves are concerned, is their bullpen. If their starters are not quite as strong, perhaps, or in Glavine's case, Jeff Reardon may play a very key role in these playoffs coming up. We'll continue with more from Riverfront Stadium in just a moment.
They shared a common dream of freedom, independence, and exotic wines no one could pronounce. This is their true story. And it's only the beginning. There are about 2 new Lotto millionaires a week. Over 500 people like you and me, only a lot richer. Super Lotto, now playing near you.
When your home is damaged, State Farm is there, fast. You see, when you have a homeowner's insurance claim with State Farm, you report it to your agent, and right away we team up with State Farm claims people.
We work with your agent to avoid needless hassles and delays so you can get your home back together as soon as possible.
Our teamwork speeds your claim. It's another reason why State Farm is such an outstanding homeowner's insurance value. State Farm is there.
Tonight, Wanda's back.
Oh, is that a stun gun in your pocket or you just happy to see me?
In the thriller sequel of the year.
I thought cops only carried a 38.
What you're dealing with here is a 357 Magnum.
Hey, Dirty Harry.
Basic Instinct 2.
Don't kill me, don't kill me. I ain't gonna kill you, I just gotta pick something out of my teeth.
On In Living Color.
I'm gonna rock your world.
Kill me, kill me.
In Living Color, Saturday on Channel 2.
One thing that can't be overlooked here today is the emotional aspect of this last game of the season, because quite possibly it could be the last game ever played by the San Francisco Giants, a point that is driven home to all of us by the fact that there are a great many people from San Francisco who came out here, or from the Bay Area, who are here today to witness this ball game. We see them everywhere we've been. Dwayne, how about your thoughts today?
Well, I think, this is my 11th year in the Giants organization, and my only thought at this particular time is what a great 11 years it's been for me. And I think the reason for that is the people that we have all been able to work with, and then the main reason is the man that we've worked for, and that's Bob Lurie. I've said it at banquets, and I've said it to Bob Lurie. I don't think I have ever worked for someone better than he, and he probably, from a player standpoint and from a broadcaster standpoint, is the best owner that there is in baseball. So it was a great 11 years for me, and it is a sad day, and I'm interested to see how Bob Lurie is going to handle it.
Ron, I think Dwayne probably spoke for all of us when he said that, but I'm sure you have some thoughts of your own on this day about this situation here.
Well, I have now been with the Giant organization for the last 6 years, and something comes to my mind, and now I think the fans finally have an idea what it feels like to be a player and pick up the paper in the morning and read about the fact that you're going to be traded from one city or the other, and you don't know whether you're going to remain on this ball club or whether you're going to be traded away. And I think the fans finally have a feeling what it might be like if you were a player on a ball club. The fact is that the Giants may be going to Tampa Bay. You don't know at this particular thing, but one thing we do know, of all the wonderful thrills we've had at Candlestick Park, Seal Stadium years and years ago, but all the great ball players that have worn that Giants uniform and have given the fans of baseball there in San Francisco some wonderful moments that they can remember.
I'll say one thing in closing, whether the Giants go to Tampa Bay or not, the fact of the matter is that without a stadium, they're going somewhere, and you might as well understand that right now. I'm not here to make a speech, but I do think a lot of people in the Bay Area are being misled. And without a stadium proposal and without a stadium, there is no way that team is going to stay there, and it's as simple as that. All right, we'll continue with more from Riverfront Stadium right after this.
Do you know why most supermarkets sell grapes that are wrapped in plastic? Well, it's not for your convenience. It's because most grapes arrive like this. See those loose, bruised ones on the bottom? If the store wraps them, these can end up in the bag. At Safeway, all you'll find are fresh, loose bunches. You don't have to buy what you'd throw away. If you're not shopping for produce at Safeway, you may be buying more than you bargained for.
Nobody does it better.
Okay, so we were having a good time after work when this older guy walks up and orders a Bud.
Give me a Budweiser.
One could have been a coincidence.
Yeah, but then...
Budweiser.
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 Whoa, think about it. We like Bud, they like Bud.
Yeah, could it be we're really more alike than we thought?
So young.
Obviously, this was going to require further study.
Our 5th anniversary, and they call right in the middle of dinner.
Oh. You know, I got one of those calls trying to get me to change from AT&T to
MCI.
I guess you gave them a number. Dave, they said.
Dave.
He put them on to me, too, about this friends and family thing.
Yeah. What are you guys talking about, Dave, giving out your numbers?
That's who did it.
At AT&T, your friends are your business. Keeping you connected to them is ours.
Dave, what? You know anything about this friends and family thing?
Trust me, it's just not worth it.
Well, the final game of this 1992 baseball season is just about ready to get underway. We have heard the national anthem, now the lineup cards being exchanged at home plate, and the Humbaby, who normally does not take out the lineup card, will do the honors this afternoon, and for the Cincinnati Reds, they'll be represented by Tony Perez. Let's take a look at the starting lineups, first of all, for the visiting Giants, and the Giants lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Tony Felder will lead off and play center field. Willie McGee will be in right field, batting second. Will Clark at first base, batting third. In the cleanup spot is Chris James. Matt Williams will be at third base, batting fifth. Robbie Thompson will bat sixth, and he'll play second. Kurt Manwaring will do the catching. batting 7th. Batting 8th and playing shortstop, Jose Uribe. In batting 9th for the Giants and pitching is Kevin Rogers. 0-2 for Kevin Rogers in his 6th Major League start. His 2nd against the Reds. He lost to Cincinnati on the 25th of September, 4-2 back at Candlestick Park. So Kevin Rogers will be on the mound for the Giants. For the Cincinnati Reds and Lou Piniella, their lineup will look like this. Cesar Hernandez will lead off. He'll be in left field. Willie Green will be at third base, batting 2nd. Barry Larkin is at shortstop, hitting 3rd. And the cleanup spot is Reggie Sanders, and he'll be in center field. Tim Costo will be at first base. He'll bat 5th. Paul O'Neill is in right field. He is batting 6th. Batting 7th and catching is Dan Wilson. Batting 8th and playing second base, Billy Dorn. And pitching for the Reds and batting 9th is Tim Pugh. 4-2 on the year for this big, tall 25-year-old, 6'6", 225. Pugh is 4-2 with a 258. His 7th start is first against the Giants. Pugh was 12-9 in Nashville at the AAA level. So it'll be a right-hander, Tim Pugh, against the Giants' Kevin Rogers, a left-hander. Take a look at the umpires. Jerry Meals will be behind home plate. Randy Marsh is at first base. Greg Bonet is at 2nd, and Mark Barron is umpiring at 3rd. Nice afternoon for baseball on the final day of this baseball season. That is for the regular season. And here to tell you all about it is my partner, Hank Greenwald.
Thank you, Dwayne, and hi, everybody. Mike Felder will lead it off for the San Francisco Giants. And he, like the rest of the Giant ball club, will be getting their first look at Tim Pugh, the right-hander. Well, Felder at 285 this year. And the final game of the 92 season is underway here in Cincinnati.
Well, Tim Pugh's got a good fastball, 89-90. Throws a curveball, throws a pound ball. He likes to work fast. He challenges the hitters, and they tell us he knows how to pitch.
One is low and inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. We have a 65-degree afternoon here in Cincinnati. It is somewhat overcast, although the sun was out earlier. 1-1 pitch to Felder, and that one is ripped into right, and that one is going to fall in front of the right fielder O'Neill for a base hit. Line shot off the bat of Mike Felder opens the ball game. Next day to be out on the old river, on the Ohio. As you look over toward the Kentucky side of the river, picturesque. Boy, is that Americana right there?
It really is. Of course, this ballpark located right by the Ohio River.
And Mark Twain right there up in the top deck. Well, actually, I think he spent more time on the Mississippi now that I think about it. But Willie McGee, hitting 296. And that one is fouled off, 0-1. Each team has won a game in the series here. The Giants winning 4-1 on Friday night. The Reds coming back to win yesterday 6-1. Reds are going to finish in 2nd place. And they have the best home record in baseball, 53 wins and only 27 losses here at Riverfront. Pugh blows that one by. Willie McGee, 0-2 the count. Pugh grew up in Oklahoma, came out of Bartlesville, Oklahoma, which was the old home of the Phillips 66 Oilers basketball team, the old AAU days. And McGee with a little looper, that's going to fall for a base hit, and Felder is around 2nd. Turns it on as he heads for 3rd, and the Giants have runners at the corners and nobody out here in the 1st inning.
Well, on the last day of this baseball season, it looks like Roger Craig has gone with his A lineup. We have not seen many of these guys in the starting lineup. I guess the first game of the series in Atlanta, Roger had his A lineup out there, but on the final game here this year, Roger penciling in the Clarks and the Williams and the McGees.
And Will Clark hitting 301. And the first pitch is taken high. And I have a feeling that Roger will try to get as many guys into this game as as he can, while at the same time, of course, trying to win it. Felder at third, McGee at first. And Clark fouls it off to the front of the Giants dugout. Of course, the ideal way for Roger Craig to be able to handle this would be for the Giants to get a lead in this ball game, a comfortable one. Then he can substitute all he wants. Feel a little better about it.
Yeah, a good healthy lead would make things certainly easier for him. And I'm sure there are some things, as you mentioned, that Roger would like to do. Get certain people into the lineup, and maybe with the right lead, he could probably get everyone in there.
And that is fouled off to the left, a ball and 2 strikes. So Roger has a pretty good sense of history, and he should. He's been a part of it. He was the starting pitcher in the last game ever played by the Brooklyn Dodgers, and went 7 innings in that game and left for a pinch hitter. And the guy who pinch hit for him in that last game was Roy Campanella. And it turned out to be Campanella's last ever at bat. That is low to Clark, 2-2. Then the fellow who, as Roger likes to call it, mopped up for him that day was Sandy Koufax.
Pretty good mop-up.
So Roger, who pitched the last game ever played by the Brooklyn Dodgers and the first game ever played by the Mets when he came back there in 1962. So he has a feel for what is happening here today. Clark at the plate, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Felder at third, McGee at first, and nobody out. And Clark strikes out at a high curveball. One out. And that'll bring up Chris James.
I hate to give away those cheap RBIs, and that's what Will Clark did in that at bat. Man on third, fly ball, even a ground ball will get that run home.
James standing in against the right-hander Pugh, and he starts him out with a breaking ball for a strike. Jerry Meals, M-E-A-L-S, is the home plate umpire here today. Fellow until this series we had not seen before. Mark Barron is working at third base. A couple of newcomers. Barron's name is familiar. He may have filled in at some point. Meals I had not seen prior to this series. There's Barron, who worked the plate yesterday, and then the 2 veterans, Randy Marsh at first base and Greg Bonet, the umpire, in second. 0-1 to Chris James. So Pugh trying his best to keep McGee close to the bag, knowing that James can help him get out of the inning if he can hit it on the ground. Felder starting down that line from third. And boy, Pugh made a big mistake right there. He gets the out at first, a run scores. That ball was headed right for the second baseman, and that was the double play ball he wanted. And that's where the inexperience comes into focus here. More experienced pitchers are going to let this go by.
Yeah, anytime you have to reach that far for it, it's going to be a nice routine double play ball to Billy Doran. He does recover in time to get Chris James, but a double play ball gets him out of the inning.
And it's all part of knowing where your infielders are positioned behind you. So James gets an RBI. McGee ends up at second. And that was the perfect double play ball. It was headed right toward Doran. Now Matt Williams, 1-0 Giants here in the first inning. And a breaking ball for a strike. Matt at .229 for the season. Has homered 20 times. And that is wide of third. You know, it really, what really does get to you a little bit, Dwayne, is You know, and you're around the hotel and you see people from the Bay Area who normally would not be here, and you know why they're here. And you'd certainly be less than human if you didn't have some feeling for what they're thinking.
And of course, we always get asked the questions, and we don't have any answers. And they, of course, always want to know, well, what do you know? And we certainly don't know much about the situation, whether the team is going to stay or go. And you're right, you do feel for them.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And Williams fights it off, stays alive.
Most of the guys you're looking at right now will be heading back to their homes after the ball game. Of course, the charter plane will go back to San Francisco, but I would say more than half of those players won't be on the Giants charter.
Season is over after today. And as the players often jokingly say at a time like that, yeah, now we can choose our own friends.
That's right.
That's standard line in baseball. Every ball club you're around. 1-2 to Matt Williams, and another foul ball.
And it's amazing how ball players look forward to the end of the season. And it takes about 2 months, and then they're itching and ready to go back to spring training. It's just a natural cycle that players go through.
Williams started to go for the breaking ball and held up. 2-2 the count. 1-0 Giants in front. We're in the top of the first inning. Willie McGee at second base with 2 out. Tim Pugh, the rookie right-hander of the Reds. And he gets Matt Williams on a breaking ball, and the side's retired after half an inning. Giants lead 1-0.
Sunday, October 4th. Watch the Giants' final game of the season on Channel 2, and you could win one of 2 free trips to Las Vegas. During the October 4th game, a Southwest airplane will cross your screen. When you see the plane, write down the actual score at that time and send it to KTVU, P.O. Box 22221, Oakland 94623. You could win a free trip to Las Vegas, courtesy of Southwest Airlines Fun Pack Vacations, providing fun and affordable vacation packages. The Giants and Southwest Airlines, a winning combination. Sunday, October 4th on Channel 2.
It's our first new car.
Your Toyota dealer invites you to discover the all-new Corolla.
After the baby, we needed something a little bigger.
More room than ever before with a standard driver's side airbag and available ABS.
We needed something we felt we could depend on.
Plus, Corolla's reputation for value and reliability that Toyota dealers have been delivering for over 25 years.
Afford it? The only hard part was choosing the color.
Rediscover value at your Toyota dealer and discover Corolla again.
Stagecoach funds have arrived. Mutual funds for investors more comfortable on Main Street than Wall Street.
They're here!
9 different funds, from tax-free income to government securities to long-term capital growth, all aimed at helping you get where you're going. Stagecoach funds, now available at every Wells Fargo office. Climb aboard.
Today's Giants baseball game is brought to you in part by your Toyota dealers and their quality line of cars and trucks, by AT&T, the right choice, and by the Men's Warehouse, the latest men's clothing for less than department store prices.
Well, just cruising along here this afternoon into the bottom half of the first inning. 1-0. The Giants are out in front. And Kevin Rogers gets ready to take the hill. Rookie left-hander who comes in here with a record of 0-2, making his 6th big league start, and he is facing another rookie, Cesar Hernandez, playing left field today. And the first pitch is taken low. Hernandez is hitting .267. He's had just 45 at-bats in the big leagues. comes out of the Dominican Republic. And a swing and a miss.
Last time that Kevin Rogers pitched was the final game of the 3-game series between these two clubs at Candlestick. Make that the first of 3 games in which Belcher beat Rogers.
That scattered a few people down there in the Giants dugout, all except the implacable Wendell Kim. Can't get to Wendell. He's tough. One is out of play into the seats behind the first base dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
In that game where Belcher beat Rogers, he went 6 innings, allowed 9 hits, 3 earned runs. He walked 2 and he struck out 5.
And fella out of Mississippi. Right through the middle, a base hit. Cesar Hernandez leads off the bottom half of the first inning. And with a runner at first and nobody out, going to bring up Willie Green. Folks who were at Candlestick last week had a chance to see him play at third base, which is where he is today. Those of us who were here yesterday had a chance to see him put one in the seats in right field. And I mean, he caught hold of one. About 415 feet, they estimated. And he looks at a strike. There's a section of green seats, which is about the second deck up, and it's where that ball he hit yesterday landed. Well, Piniella likes this fella. He says he hangs in there very well against left-hand pitching. And as we saw yesterday, the ball jumps off his bat. Lead at first by Hernandez. And that one is up necktie high there. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, Piniella talking about Willie Green like if Piniella were to be back next year, Willie Green would be in their plans, which makes you think what would happen to the likes of Chris Sabo.
And that is taken low. Well, quite possibly, I think what Piniella has in mind is that he's hoping that Sabo will read those comments, perhaps, and maybe that will serve as some kind of a stimulus.
Well, the other thing that you see more clubs going to is letting go or trading those veteran players that carry the high salaries and going with the younger players who may turn out to be as talented as
that may very well happen here. You know, right now, of course, it's not just the players who could be affected, but Piniella himself and General Manager Bob Quinn, who both of whom are being hung out to dry by, there's Bob right there, who is not as taciturn as that look makes him appear. He is one heck of a man, I'll tell you. He's a terrific guy, a great baseball family. His grandfather, his father, John Quinn, who was general manager of the Braves and Phillies, his grandfather, who was involved with the Red Sox in the 30s. Well hit by Green. Get an idea of how he swings against left-handed pitching. But this time it's caught. 1 out. And that'll bring up Barry Larkin. But that is some baseball family. And Dwayne, you go back a lot of years with this fellow right here.
I worked for Bob when he was the minor league director for the Indians. For the 2 of the 3 years that I was in the minor leagues, he was the guy that was in charge. He's worked for a number of people, of which he could probably write a book.
Well, he and I were together in New York with George Steinbrenner. Here is Barry Larkin, who takes high and away.
I asked him, I said, you think you could write a book? And he said, oh, could I ever? But he's a terrific guy.
Giants lead 1-0. We're in the bottom of the first inning. And another drive to right, and Willie McGee is there for this one. 2 out. So Larkin, who and his wife became parents of their second child and first boy yesterday. Two down, and that'll bring up the rookie center fielder, Barry Sanders. Wait a minute. Barry Sanders is not going to be here today. Reggie Sanders will, however. Wait a minute. Colonel Sanders, that's who it is. All right, I knew I'd get it right. We're pretty close to Kentucky, aren't we? Get this right, yeah? You know, stick with me. There's Kentucky right over there. Home of the former commissioner of baseball, the late A.B. Happy Chandler. One time, the commissioner's office used to be located right here in Cincinnati. Runner goes. And he is safe at second base as Hernandez steals second. Hernandez with his third stolen base. Yeah, the commissioner used to, when Happy Chandler was commissioner of baseball, had his office right in downtown Cincinnati, but the office window looked out right there. Looked right across because he wanted to be able to look out into God's country, as he called it. Many years under his predecessor, the late Judge Landis. Judge Landis had his office. The commissioner's office was in Chicago. And of course, more recently, it has been located in New York. Although that may not matter because there's no commissioner anymore. So, I guess.
I never thought of that. Yeah. Should be in Milwaukee.
I guess they're. I guess we got to move these babies out. That's right. Give you an idea which way the wind is blowing. It's blowing toward Kentucky. If that helps you any. Runner at second. And a good fastball strikes out Sanders. Side retired after 1-0 Giants.
Okay, so why is it the only thing we have in common with these older guys?
Give me a Budweiser.
Is the beer we drink.
Coincidence, perhaps? Well, perhaps there's some unseen force that binds the universe together and makes us like Bud.
Or perhaps you guys could just ask him.
Budweiser just isn't like other beers.
Beechwood Age.
It's the rice. It's the hops.
Whoa, maybe we can learn something from our elders after all.
Our 5th anniversary, and they call right in the middle of dinner.
Oh. You know, I got one of those calls trying to get me to change from AT&T to
MCI.
I guess you gave them my number. Hey, they said.
Hey.
He put them on to me, too, about this friends and family thing.
Yeah. What are you guys talking about, Dave, giving out your numbers?
That's who did it.
At AT&T, your friends are your business. Keeping you connected to them is ours.
Dave, what? You know anything about this friends and family thing?
Trust me, it's just not worth it.
Well, you can go to a department store and get a nice designer suit. Or you can go to the Men's Warehouse.
Get the same designer suit
for a lot less money. That's a tough choice, isn't it?
At the Men's Warehouse, the difference is the lower price. I guarantee it.
The Black Cowboys Association and Cable Oakland proudly presents the 18th Annual Black Cowboys Parade on Saturday, October the 10th in Oakland, California, from 11 o'clock until 5 o'clock. The parade is in its 18th year and is a free event and open to everyone. The parade commemorates the role of the Black Cowboys and other ethnic groups in the building of the OS. It is the only parade of its kind in the United States. Be sure to come. Remember, Saturday, October the 10th. Don't miss it.
Here's Robbie Thompson to lead off the second inning. A count of 1 ball, no strikes. Giants in front 1-0 as they face the right-hander Tim Pugh. And that is low outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Robbie at 263. Couldn't stop his bat that time. 2 balls, 1 strike. Thompson has hit 14 home runs this year. There you go. 1-6-2. Final game of the season right there. That one is run down by Willie Green. Good stretch by Costa, one away. 5-3 on the put-out at first, and with one down, that will bring up Kurt Manwaring.
Well, nothing aggravates players more than giving away an at-bat, and that's what Robbie Thompson did. Anytime you check your swing, you hope that you foul it off or you'll miss it, because a check swing and the ball goes in fair territory usually means it's an out.
And you never seem to get a very good break out of the batter's box either after that, because it's
always get tangled up.
Kurt Manwaring batting .241. And that one is fouled off to the right. One fella down there had a glove and then tried to catch it with a bare hand. 1-1 the count. That one gets the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We were talking before about the playoffs coming up, and it's always an exciting time in baseball, but there will be a lot of other postseason honors will be coming out soon, too. Fly ball hit to O'Neill and right. There's the second out of the inning. I had a chance to see Tom Glavine the other night in Atlanta. He pitched 7 innings, gave up just 1 run. The feeling was he still didn't look quite like we have seen Tom Glavine pitch before, but he and Greg Maddux seemed to be the top 2 choices in the National League, and there's a feeling that Maddux is going to win it.
He gets my vote.
You heard it here first.
Not that obviously Tom Glavine doesn't deserve it, but I think Maddux, even though he played on a team that finished 4th, really put up some great numbers. Not sure I agree with his theories and reasons for turning down all that money, but
left fielder Hernandez calls for this, and the side is retired after an inning and a half. The Giants lead 1-0.
Do you want to fly where there are no runways? Do you want to swing where no one has swung before? Or do you want to surf where there is no ocean? And get yourself a Toyota 4Runner, because where you're headed, you don't want to be driving anything less.
It doesn't look like baseball.
What is this?
It doesn't sound like baseball. It doesn't even taste like baseball. For Jack Elliott, baseball has a new name.
What you think, Jack?
Same to you. Only he can't pronounce it. Tom Selleck.
Do the hokey pokey! Turn yourself around!
Mr. Baseball, rated PG-13. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
Honey, you know that little package they delivered this morning? Did you put it somewhere?
Federal Express knows how it feels when you have to locate your package.
Mommy needs it for a meeting.
That's why Federal Express has a tracking system that can tell you where your package is.
How about giving Mommy a hint?
Of course, once it gets there, you're on your own. Federal Express.
Henry, where are my keys?
Our most important package is yours.
1-0 Giants as we get ready to go to the bottom of the second inning on the final day of the 1992 baseball season. It is Fan Appreciation Day here in Cincinnati. Last chance that the Reds fans have this year to see those St. Bernards running out of the field before the games.
Please.
Oh,
please.
Has that become the laughing stock of baseball, Marge?
Marge has no idea.
I mean,
obviously, Marge does not read the sports pages.
Is being lampooned everywhere we go. Even this morning on the watching the sports reporters on ESPN. And they talked about what a disgrace. The guys running in the outfield before the games, being chased by a dog and bitten twice.
I mean, can you imagine if a fan went out and did that? What they do to the fan?
It's a good thing she doesn't keep alligators for pets.
Oh, really?
2 balls, 1 strike the count. Batter is the first baseman, Tim Costo. Another big guy. About 6'6".
It's almost like this last month of September when we get to see the younger players on all of the teams. It almost appears that size is back in style.
And there have been some
baseball,
big Braves at first baseman Ryan Kolesko, KLDS-KO, I think it is. Right down the middle, and that caught Costo looking.
Look at Billy Ashley. He was the first one that we saw of the call-ups that has terrific size.
Now here's Paul O'Neill, who did not get shortchanged either in that respect. 14 homers this year. It's been a down year for him. A guy that Piniella really stays on, you know, feels that he is capable of playing better than he does. And the player may not always like that, but someday down the line when his career has blossomed and he's reached his potential, he looks back and thanks the guy for helping bring that out. Chopper that Clark will take with an underhand toss to the bag. Grabbed by Rogers, 2 out. 3-1 put out. O'Neill is retired. A new look, Will Clark. As well as he's going to paint his face, you should have painted the mustache too. Go for the cycle there.
That's starting to come in very nice.
Dan Wilson, the catcher, is at the plate, and the first pitch is taken for a strike. Giants lead 1-0. We're in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Looked like a pretty good pitch.
Sure did. Looked like it caught the inside corner. Jerry Meals. Talked earlier, the home plate umpire.
No swing, says Randy Marsh. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two out, nobody on. Bottom of the 2nd inning. And that is fouled back. Following the game today, the Giants will have several days off before they resume play in April of next year when the season starts. Just outside, 3-2. Where did I read they were opening? In St. Louis? Did I say that? Yeah. Now the 3-2 pitch. And Wilson is out, and so are the Reds. And after 2, 1-0 Giants.
Case, and they're trying to figure out if somehow gang extortion, gang retaliation.
The robbery was almost an afterthought because as they got out of the car, they told her to get back in, and they grabbed the kid.
KLI 921 to 2000. You're meeting Rita at the scene for a live shot. Dave Stilla has the tapes and civil.
It wasn't until this afternoon a positive identification was made. That's one of
the Bay Area's news source, the original 10 o'clock news, the #1 primetime newscast in the country.
2-on-2, Jam City, and I'm the mayor.
Yo, fellas, how about a game of hoops?
Hey, what? With you? No, with your mama. Mom? This guy was good, but he was all dribble. Say what? Come on,
Man, he deserved one of these.
Franchise, want to call Bud? Solid.
Let me get this straight.
When you got me to switch from AT&T, I gave you a list of my friends and my family.
Then I give you the names and numbers of my friends and my family.
Penny wants the names and numbers of my friends and my family. I don't want to give those out.
At AT&T, your friends are your business. Keeping you connected to them is ours. So if someone wants the names of your friends and your family, simply say,
It's just not worth it.
It's just not worth it.
It's just not worth it.
Here we go to the top half of the third inning in Cincinnati with the Giants leading by virtue of a first inning run, 1-0. And making his way to the plate to start things off will be the pitcher, Kevin Rogers. One run on 2 hits for the Giants, no runs, 1 hit for the Reds. And the first pitch misses inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Ball and a strike to Kevin Rogers here in the top half of the third inning.
Talked about size. Tim Pugh, 6'6", 225. And come out of a good baseball program at Oklahoma State.
Sweeping curveball swung on by Rogers. 1-2 the count. Bobby Wine's son played there.
Former #1 draft choice.
Yes, he was. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Is that where Robin Ventura came out of?
I think he did, yeah.
Little looper foul and might have broken the bat of Kevin Rogers. I'm not sure.
Didn't sound very good, and he's checking the bat. Probably not going to matter.
Well, he apparently feels it did not break. Up the middle and under the glove of Doran. May have taken his eye off it at the last minute. I'm not so sure that it would have mattered even had he fielded it from where he was out there. It's a base hit for Rogers.
Now, we've seen Billy Doran over the years make this play time and time again. And he just came up short. Looked like he picked that glove up a little too soon.
Started thinking about the throw before he had the ball. So now Mike Felder, who opened the ball game with a sharp single to right field, is the batter. Runner at first base. And Felder swings and bounces one to Doran. On to Larkin, on to Costo, double play. 2 out. 4-6-3 double play, and there are 2 out here in the third inning.
Well, we saw in the first inning Pugh making a defensive blunder by not letting the ball get to his middle infielders. This time it works out where Billy Doran starts the double play.
Now Willie McGee, the batter, with 2 out, nobody on. And takes a pitch low, 1 ball, no strikes. McGee singled his first time up. Average at 297.
Look at that. It's possible McGee could get to 300 if he had a 4-for-4 game.
Three balls and no strikes. Will Clark is next. Strike to McGee, 3-1. balls, 2 strikes to Willie McGee with 2 out here in the top of the 3rd inning. Now the 3-2 pitch, and McGee walks. So that keeps the inning alive and will bring Will Clark to the plate. Clark struck out his first time up.
Yeah, Will struck out on a curveball. First time he has ever seen Pugh was his first time up.
And that is hit foul past first base coach Bob Brenly.
And that can make a big difference, especially to veteran hitters who rely so much on how much they know about the guy on the mound. Tendencies, what he's going to throw in certain situations. And Will Clark is like that. He always has a good idea what the guy is going to throw to him.
McGee leading from first. And that evens the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. Giants 1, Reds nothing. Clark fouling that back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's been a tough year for Clark in the sense that pitchers have really not had a great need to give him anything to hit. And that makes it difficult. Testimony to his ability that he is at 300 right now. Got a notion and held up. 2-2.
Yeah, wanted to pull the trigger, but held up right at the last minute. See Will's averages and then compare that to this year. His numbers are down.
2 balls, 2 strikes. McGee edges away at first, and Clark drives it to left field. And back there is Hernandez, and the side is retired. After 2.5, 1-0 Giants.
It's our first new car.
Your Toyota dealer invites you to discover the all-new Corolla.
After the baby, we needed something a little bigger.
More room than ever before with a standard driver's side airbag and available ABS.
We needed something we felt we could depend on.
Plus, Corolla's reputation for value and reliability that Toyota dealers have been delivering for over 25 years.
Afford it? The only hard part was choosing the color.
Rediscover value at your Toyota dealer and discover Corolla again.
They were many, but they shared a common dream. A dream of freedom, independence, and exotic wines no one could pronounce. This is their true story. And it's only the beginning. There are about 2 new Lotto millionaires a week. Over 500 people like you and me, only a lot richer. Super Lotto, now playing near you.
Hurry in now for unbeatable values during Circuit City's truckload sale. Save on your choice of these camcorders, a Sony 8mm or a JVC compact VHS, just $599 each. Bose bookshelf loudspeakers, now $59 each. And this Frigidaire 18 cubic foot refrigerator, now $399. Don't miss all this and more at Circuit City's truckload sale.
Welcome to Circuit City, where service is state of the art.
Hi, I'm Jason Priestley. Drugs will hurt you and those you care about. If you're involved with drugs or know somebody who is, there is help. Please call 1-800-662-HELP. Don't wait. Do it now.
Giants lead at 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning here at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati. Giants make a change at first base as Corey Snyder has gone in to replace Will Clark. And you look at Bill Doran, and he lifts one into short left center field. That's Felder calling, 1 out. 1 pitch, 1 away here in the bottom of the 3rd. So as Snyder replaces Clark, Clark finishes the season at an even 300. Having having gone 0 for 2 here this afternoon. Now the pitcher, Tim Pugh, the batter. Pugh's had 1 hit in 12 at-bats. There is Clark. His season at an end here in 1992.
I'm sure for Will Clark, this probably his most difficult season. You start to expect some real big numbers year in and year out of a guy, and he starts to expect them too.
Yeah, and one thing too that makes it disappointing for him is that he felt so good coming into the season. You know, he had the problem with his foot last year that really hampered him, and they had that corrected and felt better than he had in some time, and been in outstanding shape coming into the season. And as Pugh draws a walk, you know, you look at, I mean, we're talking in relative terms here. Like you were making it sound like a guy just hit 248 with 3 home runs. But when you're talking about Will Clark, 300, and for him, power totals that were down, that represents a disappointing season.
Certainly someone hitting behind him, and I think if the season were to start tomorrow, Chris James would be the starting left fielder and probably consistently bat behind Will Clark. And I think also we have to look at the 1 and 2 spots in the batting order, and they haven't been that productive. If that man is in a Giants uniform next year, he will play a lot more.
Now, part of the problem is, I think, too, that certain expectations you have going into a season, and sometimes they're not always realistic. And because of that, you start making changes rather than sticking with people, and it can make a big difference, because at the same time you're still trying to, in your mind, trying to win games. So you say, well, this fellow's not helping me right now, although I know he's a better player than he is, and if I play him in the long run, he'll help me. But nobody, you know, the game has changed. Nobody thinks in terms of the long run anymore. And nobody can afford to ride with a player until he gets it in gear. Or so it seems.
Well, the one organization that has tried really hard to do that has been the Cleveland Indians, and they have basically just sacrificed a number of positions, playing guys that maybe aren't quite as experienced or talented for a young player who is going to develop at the major league level. The Astros have done it.
Yeah, they have. That's a good example. This ball is going to be taken out there by Chris James. 2 out. And I happen to believe in that, but on the other hand, you know, it's not my ball club, and I can understand how people think at times, but in other words, you don't want to come out and say, okay, folks, we're going to write off the entire season and stick with these youngsters. Well, watching his final game as the owner of the San Francisco Giants is Bob Lurie, seated alongside Al Rosen. I'm behind the Giants dugout here. And certainly it's a, you know, you'd think in terms of strictly the fans and the Giants moving. But it's his last game.
Yep. I used to see Bob a lot more towards the beginning of, you know, the first couple of years that I was with the Giants. Bob Lurie traveled quite a lot with the team. Since Al Rosen has been aboard, he hasn't been around as much as we were used to seeing Bob.
Seated beside Bob, Corey Bush. Here comes son Chris. Well, of course, you have a first lieutenant like an Al Rosen. You know the club is in good hands when they go on the road and all that. But the other thing is I've never really felt that it's been as much fun for Bob as it should have been. And that's kind of sad, too, I think. I mean, they had, a couple of years where, you win division titles and a pennant, and that's great. But it should have been more fun for them, I think. We've played 3 in Cincinnati. It is 1-0 Giants.
This score hasn't changed a bit. Jimmy Harris, welcome back.
Seen Coach Green lately?
I never thought that man would retire.
He used to say, Harris, tackling is like life. Hit it head on.
Harris.
Coach Green.
Coach Harris. Only one beer has the taste as genuine as the people who drink it. Budweiser.
So, you got any advice? Harris, coaching is like life. Hit it head on.
Alan, Ray, about this friends and family thing, gotta talk to you, man.
Alan?
Hi, Mom.
That person you gave our number to called about leaving AT&T for MCI and hassled us about this friends and family plan.
Alan, Doug, this friends
At
and family...
AT&T, your family and friends are your business. Keeping you connected to them is ours.
It's Gail.
Gail?
The sales guy called and said you gave him my number. Thanks a lot.
It's just not worth it.
It happens every morning in London, Paris, and Madrid. In Munich, Manchester, Zurich, and Brussels. In Glasgow, Stockholm, Frankfurt, Milan, and now Berlin. As the new day arrives, so do we. American Airlines. With over 200 nonstops a week to Europe from across the U.S. American Airlines, something special to Europe.
Top of the 4th inning here at Riverfront with the Giants leading 1-0. And Ron, we have seen Kevin Rogers, but this is the first time that we have seen the big, tall right-hander Tim Pugh, and he is impressive.
Yes, he is. He's fastball, sinker, and a pretty good changeup, and has a lot of poise out there in the mound. So far, I've been impressed with the right-hander.
And I think sometimes you can tell the pitchers and players that come out of good college baseball programs, and Pugh is one of those coming out of Oklahoma State.
Yeah, he won 33 games and lost only 6 there at Oklahoma State, and that tied the all-time record at Oklahoma State, 4 wins.
You see Tim Pugh, 6'6", 190. Make that 225, I beg your pardon. 25 years old. For the Giants here in the top of the 4th inning, it'll be Chris James, Matt Williams, and Robbie Thompson. Giants with a run in the 1st inning. And that's it, 1-0. It was Chris James with a ball back to Tim Pugh that drove home Tiny Felder, who was at 3rd base. James batting .245. And he takes the first pitch for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. CJ with 5 home runs. Now he has 32 runs driven in. James with a line drive to right field, but Paul O'Neill stabs it for the first down. A lot of balls hit to right field by both clubs. Here's Matt Williams, who struck out in the 1st inning. I'm sure the concern for Matt Williams during the offseason will be to come back after a season that for him was a disappointment. Fouls this one out of play.
Well, I think going into the season, there are a lot of people that expected a lot of things out of Matt Williams. And that season didn't quite materialize the way he'd like it to be, but knowing his talent, he could come back and put up some big numbers.
It's this one off the end of the bat, and it's Reggie Sanders who makes the catch. Sanders hesitated and then got there in plenty of time. So with 2 outs, that'll bring up Robbie Thompson.
don't think anybody questions Matt's ability to play third base, but I think with the kind of season that Matt had this year, it finally got to him. Being very frustrated up there at the plate, I think it affected a little bit how he played at third base, and you normally don't see that. He is one of the best third basemen in all of baseball. And I look for him to come back next year and we have a chance to spend the winter and relax and think about things a bit and then go back and get ready next spring training. He's liable to come back and hit 30, 35 home runs and drive in over 100 runs next year.
Indeed he is. He is that talented. 1-1 pitch to Robbie Thompson. It's fouled out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And then you talk about the steady players, the guys that you can count on day in and day out. And this is one of them right here, Robbie Thompson. In the dirt and gets away from Wilson. 2 balls and 2 strikes. On deck is Kurt Manwaring. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Final game of the 1992 baseball season.
I think what you could do with Robbie in spring training, you could probably write down his batting average, home runs, and RBIs. And at the end of the season, he'll be right at those numbers.
I agree. Thompson takes a call third. The 3rd strikeout for Tim Pugh. We'll go to the home half of the 4th with the Giants leading 1-0.
.185 horsepower V6. Handling responsive to your touch. The 1993 Toyota Camry.
Taking the long way again?
I'll be home soon. Traffic's late.
Few cars actually move you. This is one.
It may seem like a dream, but it's not. 2 of McDonald's delightful Egg McMuffin sandwiches really are $2. 2 for 2 during breakfast at McDonald's. Hurry in, and please obey all rules of the road. When it comes to value, we say the sky's the limit. 2 of McDonald's mouth-watering Big Mac sandwiches for $2. 2 for 2 during lunch and dinner at McDonald's. They're really flying out of here.
A political cartoonist draws a bead on Murphy.
The hair. The mouth. That real big head. That could be you. That is you.
And her reaction is animated.
If I wanted this kind of ridicule and abuse, I could have run for vice president.
Will she deliver a lesson in the art of revenge?
Well, I can see why you're mad. You do everything big but your chest.
On the next Murphy Brown.
Monday at 6:30 on Channel 2.
At the Men's Warehouse, $290.
But I'm supposed to go to a department store and spend $400 on the same designer suit?
Why would I do that?
Explain that to me.
At the Men's Warehouse, the difference is the lower price. I guarantee it.
Bottom of the 4th inning, Giants 1, Reds nothing. This telecast is brought to you in part by Budweiser. Nothing beats a Bud. For the Reds, it'll be Barry Larkin, Reggie Sanders, and Tim Costo. And that's a strike, says Jerry Meals, the home plate umpire. Larkin flied out to right field in the 1st inning. So Larkin is 0 for 1, batting .305. So his .300 average is not in jeopardy in this afternoon's ball game. And he pops this one up, and it is over the Reds dugout for a souvenir. No balls and 2 strikes. So Rogers quickly out in front. Larkin with 12 home runs this year, 78 RBIs. And Rogers with a good pitch to Larkin, and he strikes out his 4th hitter. Every once in a while, Ron, he will pump up and just throw the ball right by somebody.
Got a pretty good fastball. Look at this one. first game he pitched, he was throwing right around 88, 89, and then the next game he worked, he was up about 90, 91, and then came back with some pitches here recently, 93 miles an hour.
Sanders down the right field line. McGee giving chase, and it's a foul ball. Down in that right field corner where there is not a whole lot of foul territory on the playing field. McGee tried to be a good guy and throw it in the seats for a souvenir, and some of the fans in the front row couldn't come up with it, so McGee had to do it again. 0-1 the count to Reggie Sanders. And this is chop foul. When you look at these two clubs and all of the talented offensive players that both of these two teams have, combine these two teams, there is not going to be a guy that's going to drive in 100 runs, and only one will have hit 20 home runs or more, and that's Matt Williams. Not sure that's saying a whole lot.
No, but then the Reds were pretty well banged up most of the year. They had a lot of the guys that were out because of injuries, broken hands, and what have you. Sabo, Larkin, Morris. That guy doesn't know whether he's going to be coming back next year or not. Marge Schott, the owner, has got to make a decision on a lot of people here in Cincinnati. She had indicated she wanted to cut back on her budget and that she might not be going into the free agent market, trying to cut costs.
And that she doesn't even think she's going to sign some of her own people like Swindell. Here, a little further, neither team will have a player that is going to have driven in 80 runs or more. Three balls and two strikes to Reggie Sanders. And the payoff pitch is in the dirt. So Sanders aboard with one out, and here's Tim Costo. Costo struck out looking to lead off the second inning.
He's a big guy, 6'5", 220-pounder. Led the Reds minor league organization in home runs with 28 this year down at Chattanooga. Kind of reminds me of Ashley of the Dodgers. Ashley's a couple of inches taller, but very powerful. They do have some holes up there. One of the big problems that you have when you're a big guy is that your strike zone's larger. And that's just a bigger target for the pitchers to throw to. Now, it's great to be big and strong, but there's also the negative end of it, and that is the size of the strike zone. That's where a guy like Bip Roberts, the little guys, you know, they have a decent stroke. That's where they can be tough because they have such a small strike zone to throw to.
Never looked at it that way. Into center field, Felder coming in. He is there, and he makes the catch. So Costo retired. And then you got guys like my partner on Sports Channel, Joe Morgan, who not only had a small strike zone to begin with, but he made it even smaller. That's right. Just by taking a lot of pitches and letting umpires know that he had a good idea of the strike zone. Paul O'Neill grounded out to first base, and he swings and misses. No balls and one strike. O'Neill not having the same year that he had last year. Reds invested quite a lot of money in Paul O'Neill, and he has been a disappointment. He has heard it from the fans, and he has heard it from the front office. O'Neill last year, 28 home runs, 91 RBIs, and then he signed a big contract. Swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, the saddest person in the National League when Don Robinson got out of the game was Paul O'Neill. O'Neill used to wear Robinson out. Two balls and 2 strikes. Bottom of the 4th inning, Giants leading 1-0.
Yeah, not so much Robinson, but just about anybody that wore a Giants uniform. 17 career home runs against the Giants pitching staff.
And that just missed. Rogers looked in to see if he's going to get a little help from Jerry Mills, and Mills did not agree. Now it's a full count. So the runner at first, Sanders, will be moving on the pitch.
Neal really doesn't like hitting off of left-handers that much.
Does not. O'Neill grounds it, and it's foul. Swung late on a fastball and nearly hit it right down the third base line. Well, Paul O'Neill battling Kevin Rogers here in the bottom of the 4th. On deck would be the Reds' young catcher, Dan Wilson. Rogers is ready. Sanders goes, and O'Neill grounds it to Matt Williams, who backs up, gets it under control, and throws it to Snyder. O'Neill grounds out, 5-3. That'll end the inning. We'll go to the 5th. Giants 1, Reds 0.
My brother, about to become a father.
So how big can a crib be? Season tickets went on sale today, Mike.
Well, maybe next year.
You've gone 5 years straight.
Yeah.
Is this about the kid? This kid's getting for free, you know.
It's gonna be a little tight.
Mike, this year's on me.
Only one beer has the taste as genuine as the people who drink it. Budweiser.
Now, the new little guy's going to every game, right?
Bobby, it could be a girl. A girl?
Don't you just love short notice? But hey, how often do you get a chance to go to Hong Kong on business? I can just get the sitter. Well, I don't like to waste time redialing, so I use repeat dialing from Pacific Bell. I just press *66 and hang up. While I'm getting ready, repeat dialing will redial my sitter's number every 45 seconds, and then call me back when her line is free.
Repeat dialing. Order now for free installation. Another new idea from Pacific Bell.
Oh, good. Hi, Mary Lou. Can you sit Buster for 6 days?
Today's number, 24. The number of times you'll find the rough during your next round of golf. 24, the number of balls you'll lose trying to reach that final hole at Pebble Beach. 24, the number of times you'll hit the divot farther than the ball. 24, the number of times Alaska Airlines flies nonstop every business day to Seattle and Portland. And, of course, 24, the number of new activities you can take up with the American Express card. Today's number brought to you by Alaska Airlines and the American Express card.
Millions worldwide depend on MedicAlert to provide life-saving information in an emergency. To learn more, ask your pharmacist or call 1-800-ID-ALERT. That's 1-800-ID-ALERT.
Top of the 5th at Riverfront. Giants leading 1-0. Facing Tim Pugh. And it'll be Kurt Manwaring, Jose Uribe, and Kevin Rogers. And Manwaring takes a strike. Game number 162 on the schedule.
Kurt's had a pretty good year. Stop to consider he's established career highs in games, at-bats, hits, doubles, triples, home runs, and RBIs.
And he goes around, says Randy Marsh, and quickly Pugh is out in front, 0-2. I agree. I think we talked about some of the guys you could count on, the guys that will go out there every day, give you their best shot, and Manwaring falls into that category. And that one backs Manwaring off the dish, and it's 1-2. Pugh tried to come back and throw a pitch down and away. He did, but it was too far down and too far away. And it really doesn't serve any purpose because the high and tight fastball was wasted. Manwaring grounds it into left field, a base hit. So Pugh had Manwaring where he wanted him, but let him get away. A solid single to left field for Manwaring.
In a way that kind of shows you on what is happening with Manwaring. I think last year, the year before, when he get down in a situation like that, he's pretty much an out. But it's not the same anymore. I think he's learned that he can hit with 2 strikes and do a pretty good job of it.
Here's Jose Uribe, who flied out to left field, and he hits it into right field for a base hit. Manwaring is going to challenge O'Neill, and O'Neill throws a strike. And Manwaring is out. Paul O'Neill has got one of those arms you like to see right fielders have.
And the big thing about it is that it was accurate. Manwaring hesitated at first, letting that ball go by, and then you can see the tag by Green. When Manwaring had to hold up a little bit at first base to allow that ball to go by, once again from a different angle.
Yeah, tip your hat to Willie Green. He made a nice play at third base.
Yes, he did. Hung in there. Came up with the ball.
And here's Kevin Rogers. Rogers lays down the bunt, and it will be good enough to get Uribe into scoring position with 2 outs.
Surprised that Costo, a first baseman, didn't charge a little bit better on that. That ball was bunted firmly down the first baseline, and he didn't even come down the line at all.
It was almost like he was satisfied with just getting that out at first and not taking a chance and getting to that ball quickly and then making the decision.
Well, if you charge the ball, you might get Uribe at second base.
Tiny Felder has singled, and he's scored and grounded into a 4-6-3 double play. A base hit here might score Uribe. Giants lead 1-0. We're in the top of the 5th inning.
I think we just saw that here in this inning. One of the deficiencies that the Giants have, and that is they don't have many guys that can go from first to third. And when you're playing a lot of ball games on the carpet.
This is a fair ball, barehanded by Pugh, and he makes the play. And we'll continue that point by Ron Fairley after this break, and we'll tell you that it's the Giants 1 and the Reds 0.
Here it is again.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Oh, look at this. They're showing the trunk now.
Yeah.
What's she going to do with those skis?
The skis will not fit in there.
Hey, they fit.
The skis fit in the trunk.
Hey, here's that car again.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, they're showing the interior. You like the interior?
I love the interior.
I wonder what it costs.
I wonder what it's called.
If you're a fan of fresh lamb, here's something you may not know. Safeway is the only major supermarket that carries USDA certified choice American lamb. And the only certified lamb Safeway accepts is a super lean 1-to-2 yield. You won't find that kind of quality in any other supermarket.
So if you're paying about the same for ordinary lamb, someone may be pulling the wool over your eyes.
Nobody does it better.
They were many, but they shared a common dream. A dream of freedom, independence, and exotic wines no one could pronounce. This is their true story. And it's only the beginning. There are about 2 new Lotto millionaires a week. Over 500 people like you and me, only a lot richer. Super Lotto, now playing near you.
It's Giants baseball fantasy camp time. Spend a week in the major leagues with Giants like pros like Dusty Baker, Dwayne Kuiper, and Willie Mays. It all happens in Scottsdale, Arizona, January 31st to February 7th, 1993. The first 60 to enroll get a bonus camp at Candlestick Park, so call 1-800-GIANTS-4, extension 575. Once again, guys like Dusty Baker, Dwayne Kuiper, and Willie Mays will be there. Give them a call.
I've got the list of all of the coaches that'll be there, and I may read those off to you when I can find it. Here's Dan Wilson that will lead it off, and he files this one right off the screen. Some of the other coaches at that fantasy camp: Mike Sadek will be the camp manager. Bob Brenly will be there, the Baby Bull. Former Giants catcher Tom Haller, way in the dirt in front of Wilson. Jim Ray Hart, Terry Kennedy, Wendell Kim, Mike McCormick, Bill Lasky, Hobie Landreth, all at the Giants fantasy camp. It is a great week. Let's foul back off the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Have you done those before?
I've done the last 3 years. I've done the Indians fantasy camp and wasn't able to do the Giants because
don't hurt your knee now.
Many times it's been during the baseball season. I know you always got to think about how old you are, and one of the reasons why you're not playing anymore other than age. 1-2 pitch to Wilson. On the ground to Uribe. He will wait for that big hop and throw to Snyder.
Travel for KTVU is arranged through US Air. Every time we fly, every mile of stop, everything we do, US Air begins with you.
Billy Doran saw 1 pitch in the 3rd inning and hit it to center field for an out. So Doran is 0 for 1. He is batting .234. Doran having back surgery the year the Reds were world champions. He has come back, and this year this is his 132nd ball game. The guy that Piniella has counted on for leadership, obviously experience. And he'll still drive home runs for you. In 384 at bats, he does have 47 RBIs, which isn't too bad for a middle infielder. Down low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. On deck is Tim Pugh. Bottom of the 5th inning, 1-0 Giants. Outside the door, and it's 2-2. Doran, a local kid, of course, started out, played the bulk of his career with the Houston Astros.
That foul ball was missed by Marty Brenneman. He had an easy play, and he booted it. Joe Nuxall will give the fans a souvenir.
Now, Joe not only giving the fans, he pointed out which fan he wanted to have it, and he wanted that little girl. So Joe's been around long enough where he can make the rules. So Doran draws the walk, and here's Tim Pugh, who walked in the 3rd inning. 3 walks issued now by Kevin Rogers. See if Pugh will be sacrificing. And he squares around, and there's the bunt, and he bunts it right into the on-deck circle. Which, in case you haven't noticed, that's in foul territory. Tim Pugh is 1 for 12 since he has been in the major league. There's the bunt, and again it's foul. And now he'll either be swinging 0-2 or he'll try to have to lay one down fair. Sam Perlazo will run through the signs. 65 degrees when this game started. We have spent hotter days here and much colder days. Few squares around, and this one is bunted foul, and that'll be a strikeout for Kevin Rogers, his 5th. Pugh hustling off the field as if to say, I'm embarrassed and I want to get in the dugout as fast as I can. And quite frankly, if he's thinking that, he's right. No excuse for pitchers not being able to sacrifice bunt. Cesar Hernandez, the Cincinnati Reds leadoff hitter, who is 1 for 2, will step up to the plate.
You know, pitchers over the course of a season could do just that one thing, and that is bunt runners along. I think they give themselves a better opportunity to win games.
And they certainly could work on it more. I mean, you do not have to have a pitcher throwing to you to practice it. You can ask them to hook up the pitching machine. And let's face it, if you can bunt off a pitching machine, quick toss by Manwaring, and Doran is back. If you can bunt off a pitching machine, you can bunt anything.
You like hitting on those off those machines?
No. And if I had to do it all over again, I would have never hit off of one.
I agree with you. I hated them. I couldn't time them.
Inside to Hernandez. The older ones with the arm were a lot better. Once they came up with the pitching machines that had the wheels, forget it. The 2-1 pitch. Hernandez with a high chopper that's foul. It'll roll into the Giants dugout. Fielded by Mike Jackson.
I remember one spring training, Walter Alston was very upset with our offense and the fact that we had very few players that could hit a curveball, and so they set up the curveball machine and they played a game. Now, you know the speed of every pitch, and it was a slow curveball. And we played a 9-inning game.
Shutout.
No, it was 2-1, and it took an hour and 20 minutes. But I never saw so many puny, lousy outs in my life.
And you knew what was coming.
Knew it was coming.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Cesar Hernandez. And he bounces this one right off of his foot.
Austin was so mad he left in the 7th inning. And he says, keep playing until somebody wins. I don't care if it takes all day long.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, I don't think he was too happy with us that day. And the thing is, we're bearing down.
Sure, trying as hard as you can.
And still couldn't hit it.
He had the signs and everything. Popped up into right field. Willie McGee coming in. Thompson going out. It's Robbie Thompson who makes the one-handed catch. That'll do it here in the 5th inning. We played 5 here in Cincinnati. The Giants are hanging on. They lead 1-0.
Sunday, October 4th, watch the Giants' final game of the season on Channel 2, and you could win one of 2 free trips to Las Vegas. During the October 4th game, a Southwest airplane will cross your screen. When you see the plane, write down the actual score at that time and send it to KTVU, P.O. Box 22221, Oakland 94623. You could win a free trip to Las Vegas, courtesy of Southwest Airlines Fun Pack Vacations, providing fun and affordable vacation packages. The Giants and Southwest Airlines, a winning combination. Sunday, October 4th on Channel 2.
Bay Area, the Bud Light Light spotlight's on you.
Bud Light is cosmic. Satisfying.
Good on the hip.
Go with the attitude of Bud Light. This is it, all right?
I'll share if you want to.
All you guys out there drinking those other beers, I see you, but I wouldn't want to be you.
Bud Light is a beer that I enjoy, and it doesn't fill me up.
Oh, c'est bon. C'est magnifique.
Bud Light.
How sweet it is. Try it, Bud Light. You'll like it.
There's nothing better than a nice cold Bud Light. Hey!
Business in California has its share of obstacles, especially for the couriers at Speedway Delivery. But the only one that can stop them is an unreliable phone system. If it goes down, their business goes with it. So instead of buying a system they have to maintain, Ernie Holbrook chose Centrix, one system that's monitored day and night by engineers at Pacific Bell. Pacific Bell Centrix. It keeps California business up and running.
She's fine. He's fine. Love connection. I'm inclined to give myself a line with a love so very, very, very fine.
Weeknights at 7:30 on Channel 2.
Love connection.
1-0 Giants. This telecast is presented by the authority of the San Francisco Giants and KTVU and may not be rebroadcast in any form without the express written consent of the Giants and KTVU. McGee to lead it off here in the 6th inning. Willie has walked and he is singled. He is 1 for 1. McGee batting .297. It'll be McGee, Snyder, and James. And that's ball 2. 2-0. Giants scored a run in the 1st inning. Singles by Felder, McGee, and a ground out by James. 2-0 pitch to McGee is grounded to the right side, and it's Bill Doran who will smother it and throw to Costo. 1 down here in the 6th. You were talking earlier before we ended the inning about speed and guys being able to go from 1st to 3rd, and now it's apparent that is one of the weaknesses on the Giants.
Well, look how many ballparks that you play in the National League that have the carpet. And when you play in the carpet, one of the biggest assets you can have is that of speed. The Giants do not have a team that is what you would call a team that had a bunch of rabbits in it, and it's difficult for them to go from 1st to 3rd. Now, there's a difference in being able to run or being a good base runner. We pointed that out. But it would certainly help the Giants' offense if they had some players that could go from 1st to 3rd on base hits.
Snyder right back to Pugh. He knocks it down, and there will not be a play. That big 6'6" frame took one. And I don't think it was hit as hard as it looked, but it did get the big right-hander.
He was just a little bit off balance when he tried to make that play. Take a look at it again. Off the end of the bat. Knocked it down, and then, of course, it helps a little bit if you slip. That'll help you get a base hit.
And for the Giants, it's their 6th hit. An infield one at that, and here's Chris James, who has the only RBI in this game. James with a good swing, fouls it back.
You know, the flip side to what we were just talking about, trying to find somebody that has the good speed that you can go from 1st to 3rd, that's all well and good, but generally when you find a guy that can run real well, he's not a very good hitter most of the time. So what would you rather have? Somebody that can swing the bat, drive in some runs, or somebody that can go from 1st to 3rd? It'd be nice to get a combination of both, but those players don't exist that much.
Yeah, those guys usually end up in the Hall. One and one to Chris James. Foul behind home plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I think in recent years there have been a lot of the major league teams have gone and tried to find players that had that good running speed, because their theory is speed shows up 162 games a year. It's always there. But your power doesn't show up that often. And it used to be years ago that a lot of emphasis was put on hitting and power.
James again fouls it.
And then more recent years, look at the Cardinals. Here recently, they have had a team that has had little power, and yet they're tough to beat because of the speed that they possess. The game has changed just a bit over the years, and I think you're seeing more and more teams that are now looking for guys that can swing the bat.
Down and away, and it didn't miss by much from Tim Pugh, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Team's always looking for that combination. And it's not necessarily just the combination. Ron's talking about power and speed. You look at the key positions like the catching position. You know, the players like the benches that had the ability to win a Gold Glove and then to drive in 100 runs. Snyder goes. Green cuts it off, and the play will not be turned, but a good try by Bill Doran. With Corey Snyder running, he, of course, is going to be right on top of the Red second baseman.
You can see him going, and then the ball that James hit, they get the guy at second base, but Doran has a rough time getting the ball out of his glove. He has to recock, and that's just enough time to allow James to beat it out at first base. Almost made an outstanding play.
So with 2 down, here's Matt Williams, who is 0 for 2. He is struck out and grounded out. We're in the top of the 6th inning with the Giants leading 1-0. Kevin Rogers against Tim Pugh. Matt with a .229 batting average, 20 home runs, 66 RBIs. Goes the opposite way, but Paul O'Neill, who roams right field, is there, and he makes the catch. Side retired. No runs. 1 hit. 1 left. After 5.5. 1-0 Giants.
At Bank of the West, we've been hearing some grumbling about the merger of 2 huge banks. So if you've been thinking about moving your account, we have a special offer for you. Show us your old checkbook, and we'll give you free checking for a year. Now, you'll have to get used to a different kind of bank. On the one hand, we'll treat you right and take good care of your money. On the other hand, if you call our hotline at 3 a.m., we might just tell you to stop worrying and go on back to sleep.
Prepare to be impressed, because right now you can lease a Ford Taurus GL for just $287 a month for just 24 months, and no big surprise payment at the back end. Ford Taurus with automatic transmission, driver's side airbag, air, V6, and more. With this special limited time red carpet lease, you pay just $287 a month, 24 months, and that's it. Very simple, but very impressive. See your Ford dealer now. Get a Taurus GL for $287 a month, and prepare to be impressed.
This sandwich is a real eye-opener. A chicken breast, crispy on the outside, marinated so it's spicy on the inside. It's the new Spicy Crispy Chicken Sandwich at Jack in the Box. Spicy. At most places, you can get a bite to eat for under $1. Trouble is, all you get is a bite. But at Jack in the Box, 99 cents gets you a delicious double cheeseburger. It's more than a bite. It's a banquet.
The #1 cause of death for babies under 1 is respiratory disease. The #1 cause of hope is the American Lung Association. Please help us. It's a matter of life and breath.
Bottom of the 6th inning with the Giants leading 1-0. And for the Reds, Willie Green, Barry Larkin, and Reggie Sanders will be the 3 hitters to face Kevin Rogers. Rogers has allowed 1 base hit. He has walked 3, and the Reds have stranded 4. 5 strikeouts. He has thrown 81 pitches. He'll have a battle here in the 6th inning with the 3 hitters that I just mentioned coming up to the plate. Green has hit the ball hard a couple of times, but he is hitless. And Rogers took something off, and now he's ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kevin Rogers. Got him. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, and Green could not pull the trigger.
Take a look at this right here. That's a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, Manwaring had set up inside, and Rogers threw the ball to the outer half of the plate. Larkin is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Talking earlier about Kevin Rogers, he is looking for his first major league win. This is his 6th start. He is 0-2, an ERA over 5. Chopped, and it'll roll foul. Matt Williams will pick it up and throw it back to Rogers. Giants will end up in 5th place this year. Outside to Larkin, and the Dodgers will finish last. I read for the first time in
1905.
Since 1905. Two-one pitch. Out of play down the right field line. Cincinnati will finish with the 2nd, make that the 3rd best record in the National League. Atlanta will have the best record. Pittsburgh will be 2nd, and then the Reds, followed by Montreal. Larkin to his opposite number, Uribe, who gets him by a step. 6-3 on the putout, and that'll bring up Reggie Sanders.
What about that Montreal ball club? They've got some young players up there. They've got the nucleus of a good ball club. They have Larry Walker, they have Grissom, and they have Delino DeShields, and I think those 3 players, you know, along with Moise Alou, I think there's 4 young players that they have some talent. They're going to have to give those guys some serious thought next year.
You know, the thing that amazed me most is I really felt that that club had to have Calderon to have a good season. They did not have Calderon at all.
Yeah, they've had a very good year.
And they played the Pirates as tough as you could possibly play them under Philippe Alou. On the ground into center field, a 2-out base hit for Reggie Sanders. 2nd hit of the game for the Reds. And Brian Hickerson starts to loosen up for the Giants. I suppose, Ron, the biggest disappointment in the National League, just observing from afar, would be the New York Mets. I mean, this was a club that was supposed to be in contention to win it all. With the pitching staff that they had, and with the acquisition of Bobby Bonilla.
Well, they were expecting big things out of the Mets. It didn't materialize. Pirates were not selected. They thought they were going to have a pretty good ball club, but they didn't think with Smiley and Bonilla leaving the Pirates that they were going to be in contention. They turned out they might have a better ball club now.
And there were some teams, if you talk about disappointment, some people that felt the Red Sox were going to win the American League East. And they are going to finish dead last. Costo pops this up and out of play. Another disappointing ball club, although they didn't have any pitching, but what a terrific lineup, the Seattle Mariners. You go up and down that lineup from the two Martinez's to Griffey, Jay Buhner, Mitchell, O'Brien. Down the line and deep, and it'll be foul. Costo gave it a ride, but he just got out in front a little too much. And if you're Kevin Rogers, he'll take it just because it's a strike. On deck is Paul O'Neill. The Giants are leading 1-0. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. With 2 down, and Reggie Sanders at first base, who has 16 stolen bases this year. To the plate, and it's hit hard and foul. Number of balls in that direction today, as we have seen the Giants players ducking and getting out of the way. Bob Lillis probably informing Darren Lewis that he's going to be in the game somewhere, sometime soon. To the right side, Robbie Thompson is there, and he will throw Costo out. And Kevin Rogers still breezing along. The Reds strand 1 will go to the 7th. Giants 1, Reds nothing.
Hey, San Francisco, the Bud Light Spotlight's on you.
And here's Bud Light.
Hey! Hi, Mom! Hi, Dad!
I married this man for a Bud Light.
I love it! I love it! I love it!
Personally, I cool off with Bud Light.
Bud Light is the Bay Area's best.
Hey!
That's Bud Light with no E on the end.
You just gotta know what you want out of life. This is the best.
It's the primo brew for San Francisco.
Bud Light in California is earth-shakingly good. Hey!
Call me lucky. Mom just got me priority ringing from Pacific Bell. Well, she really got it for herself, so she wouldn't have to answer my calls. Mom enters the numbers of just the people she wants to talk to. When she hears that triple ring, she knows it's for her. Probably Aunt Rose.
Call you later, Rose.
So if the regular ring's always for me, then I'm the one with the priority ringing, right? Hello? Oh, hi, Stephanie.
Priority ringing. Order now for free installation. Another new idea from Pacific Bell.
What does a Toyota dealer do when the new 93s are on the way and he still has a lot full of 92s? He starts making deals fast. It's the Toyota year-end clearance. The right time of the year to get great deals on a new Toyota car or truck, including factory-to-dealer incentives and value package savings on selected models. But the Toyota year-end clearance ends soon, so see your Northern California Toyota dealer and do it fast.
Well, set sail in the Royal Odyssey from Acapulco with the Giants. It's the 5th annual KNBR Giants Cruise, November 20th through the 27th. Spend a week cruising with Giants players like Bob Brenly, as Robbie Thompson fouls this one back, and right below us, Bob Brenly, Mike Felder, and Willie McGee along the Mexican Riviera. For details, call 415-995-6868 to set sail with the Giants in November. Thompson takes the pitch up high, 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-0 Giants. We're in the 7th. It'll be Thompson, Manwaring, and Uribe. And that's in there for a strike on the breaking ball, 1-2. New shortstop, Freddie Benavides, comes in to replace Barry Larkin. 1-2 pitch is not going to be completed as Hughes stepped off. Now he is ready. And to the plate to Thompson, and Thompson goes down swinging. The thing about the big 6'6" right-hander from Oklahoma State is he likes to work fast.
You have to like that.
Indeed we do, as that's his 4th strikeout. And here's Manwaring, who singled to left field in the 5th inning. Flied out in the 2nd, so Manwaring is 1 for 2, and that's on the outside corner for a strike. Fan Appreciation Day here in Cincinnati. Pretty good crowd on a comfortable afternoon. Yesterday they had just over 17,000 and 18,000 plus on Friday night. One ball and 2 strikes to Curt Manwaring. And Manwaring with a check swing, and that'll roll foul. I'm sure the Giants will be facing some important decisions in the offseason. Here's a club, the Cincinnati Reds, have got to make some decisions as well. You have to like the way Willie Green looks at third base, so what do you do with Chris Sable? Popped out of play. A number of outfielders that they have, including Glenn Braggs, who did not finish the season on the active roster. They're solid, obviously, with Larkin. Pop back and out of play, and right in the Cambiar booth. But not close enough for Hank Greenwald to make the play.
Just a little bit beyond his reach.
Or not close enough for Hank to get out of the way. And that again is fouled back. One ball and 2 strikes. To Curt Manwaring. And Manwaring hits it high and deep and out of here. Pugh hung it up there, and Manwaring hit it out. Curt's 4th home run of the season, and it gives the Giants a 2-0 lead.
Make him pretty happy right now. We were talking that last at bat and how much of an improvement Curt has had and has made this year, and that he has established career highs in just about every offensive category there is.
Here's Jose Uribe. I'll tell you what, Manwaring, you usually don't ever get a chance to say about Curt Manwaring, boy, did he jump on that one. But he did in that at bat.
Yep. And a hanging breaking ball and was all over it.
Uribe hits it hard right to Costo, and he will beat Uribe to the bag. 2 down. Uribe now 1 for 3, and Ted Wood is going to pinch hit for Kevin Rogers. Ted Wood will be in the lineup. And Hank throwing a piece of paper back into the seat. And putting the ball in his pocket.
Sure, he's going to keep that one.
Ted Wood pinch hitting for Rogers, and he swings at the high fastball and misses it. Ted Wood was in the starting lineup yesterday, and he went 0 for 4. Went 1 for 3 on Friday night. Tim Pugh gives up a solo home run to Curt Manwaring here in the 7th. 1-1 pitch is up high, 2 balls and 1 strike. Ted Wood, a young man that may get an opportunity to go with one of the expansion teams. He has had terrific numbers in the minor leagues. He's yet to do the same thing at the major league level, and hasn't had the opportunity, of course, that you're going to have in the minor leagues, and that is playing every day. Out of play down the left field line, and that'll be a souvenir. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Ted Wood. 2 outs here in the 7th. And Wood down the left field line, and it's going to fall in front of Hernandez. Ted Wood will round the bag at first and go into second with a double. A 2-out double for Ted Wood. And for the Giants, that is their 8th hit.
Ted Wood stroking the ball the other way, had a pitch that's out over the plate, hits the ball left field quite a bit. And of course, when that ball hits the carpet like that and goes high in the air, easy for him to go on to second base. Steve Foster starting to loosen up for the Cincinnati Reds.
And here's Tiny Felder, who will bat for the 4th time. Felder is 1 for 3. Singled and scored a run in the 1st inning, grounded into a double play in the 3rd, and grounded back to Pugh in the 5th. Giants lead 2-0. It appears that Brian Hickerson will be in to pitch in the home half of the 7th. And the pitch to Felder is down and in. 2 balls and no strikes. They checked with Mark Barron, and he said no swing. Pugh to the belt, and Felder hits it off the end of the bat, but right to Reggie Sanders, who puts it away. Giants score a run on Kurt Manwaring's 4th home run of the season. We'll head to the home half here at Riverfront. Giants 2, Reds 0.
Honey, you know that little package they delivered this morning? Did you put it somewhere?
Federal Express knows how it feels when you have to locate your package.
Mommy needs it for a meeting.
That's why Federal Express has a tracking system that can tell you where your package is.
How about giving Mommy a hint?
Of course, once it gets there, you're on your own. Federal Express.
Henry, where are my keys?
Our most important package is yours.
It's no accident that the land of opportunity is open 24 hours a day. The good life is available, but they don't hand it out on the platter. It's no accident either that Bank of America has longer branch hours, a 24-hour customer service line, and a Versateller ATM everywhere you turn around. Hard as America works, you could use a little easy. Banking on America. Bank of America.
Do you know why most supermarkets sell grapes that are wrapped in plastic? Well, it's not for your convenience. It's because most grapes arrive like this. See those loose, bruised ones on the bottom? If the store wraps them, these can end up in the bag. At Safeway, all you'll find are fresh, loose bunches. You don't have to buy what you throw away. If you're not shopping for produce at Safeway, you may be buying more than you bargained for.
Nobody does it better.
Scores in the National League. Atlanta is shutting out San Diego. Houston is doing the same to the Dodgers. Pittsburgh did shut out New York, and Chicago is leading Montreal at Wrigley Field. St. Louis 5-3 lead over Philadelphia in the 6th inning. In the American League, Boston is beating New York. Detroit, Toronto are tied in the 6th inning. Cleveland is shutting out Baltimore at Municipal Stadium. Minnesota is doing the same to Kansas City. And those games just underway. Here in the bottom of the 7th, Paul O'Neill will be facing Brian Hickerson, who comes in to replace Kevin Rogers. First pitch to Hickerson is a breaking ball that misses. 1 ball and no strikes. Hickerson is 5-3 with a .293 earned run average. This is his 61st appearance. And that's a strike. In case you're wondering who leads the Giants staff in appearances, if you said Mike Jackson, then you were right. O'Neill grounds this one into the Reds dugout, and it's 1-2.
Hickerson demonstrating that good curveball that he has. He also has a very good fastball. A tough combination. There he is. Most appearances this season by a Giant pitcher.
Down low with the breaking ball to Paul O'Neill, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. The thing about Hickerson is he'll show you the good curveball, but he's got a sneaky fastball.
Yep.
And O'Neill is behind on the fastball, and Uribe will throw him out. And that's a good combination to have. I mean, you'd like to have more than just 2 pitches, but those 2 pitches in Hickerson's role, that's what you need.
His job is to come into a ball game and principally get a left-handed batter out. He's been very good at that, been very efficient at retiring the first batter that he faces.
Now, the second batter that he will face is Dan Wilson. And Wilson swings at the fastball and hits it off the screen. Giants lead 2-0. Wilson is struck out and grounded out. Kevin Rogers could win this game. It would be his first major league win. And this is rolled down the third base line, and Matt Williams will let it roll foul. Billy Dorn is on deck. By the way, the Giants have only won twice this year at Riverfront Stadium. They are 2-6. 0-2 pitch. And Wilson was a little tardy, but he managed to stay alive. Overall against the Reds, they are 7-10. This has been a hard place for the Giants to pick up victories over the past couple of years.
Yeah, it's been a hard place for a lot of teams that come in here to win. Reds with 53 victories at home this year. More homes that win than any other team in the Major League.
Still 0-2 to Dan Wilson. Nobody on, 1 out. Bottom of the 7th inning. Verba and Reed in the bullpen. And that just missed as Hickerson trying to hit that outside corner. And this one down and away to Dan Wilson. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hard shot. Sitting right next to the Reds dugout like she always does, signing autographs, handing out goodies. See the bandaged up left arm. Pulled foul. Another ball into the Giants dugout. What about the 6th or 7th ball that has been hit to that area? Two pitch. Popped up, and that'll be a souvenir.
Sitting back, relaxing, enjoying the ball game.
Is he awake?
Yep. Rounding into shape.
Just missed. And now it's a full count as Hickerson is battled Wilson here with 1 out in the 7th inning. And that's off the screen, and we'll do it again. Brian Hickerson facing Dan Wilson. And Wilson wins the battle. Solid single into right field. Finally got one that he liked, and he drove it right down the right field line. And that'll bring up Bill Doran. Doran is 0 for 1 with a walk. Doran carries a .234 batting average. $22,470 paid to get into this afternoon's ball game. And that's foul back. Look out, Ron Fairley. And my partner caught it. Keep it right here. When you catch him, you keep him. And he did not even flinch. How about that? 0-1 pitch, and Doran hits it foul. There's that Jim Pena protecting the catchers down the left field line.
Either catch it or get hit in the chest.
So Billy Doran fouling out to Ron Fairley.
Now late in the season, does that count as a play now?
Oh, you're fielding 1,000 in my book. Double play ball. Thompson kicks it, and then he could not pick it up. How about that? And Robbie Thompson. You can be sure he'd like to take a bite out of it.
Just at the last moment, took his eye off the ball. And then what you want to do is step on it.
You know, the one thing that Thompson does so well is he recovers after he knocks the ball down. And if he would have recovered, he still gets the one out at first. And then you've got the tying run still at the plate, not on the bases. The folks here in Cincinnati responding to Biff Roberts, who will be the pinch hitter. Roberts has been one of the folks, or one of the players that the fans in Cincinnati have really taken to.
Why not? He's a good ball player. We were talking earlier about Biff Roberts. The fact is he's not very big. Does not have a very large strike zone. And he takes advantage of it.
And Roberts pops this one back, and that'll be right above us. Oh, foul ball alley today. We've had a number of foul balls come in this direction. Biff Roberts is batting .324. 4 home runs, 45 driven in. 9 runners at first base. There is 1 out. And the breaking ball is down, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, I was trying to think how I could, after the ball game, go down into the umpire's room and get a ball. Might be the last game, you know, the San Francisco Giants play as Giants. Trying to figure out a way to get a ball.
You don't have to now.
I've got one.
Now a double play ball. Uribe to Thompson to Snyder. And Biff Roberts hits into a 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. We'll say goodbye to Ron Fairley. Hank Greenwell will be in to call the 8th and 9th. Giants 2, Reds nothing.
With 800 miles of shoreline, California is the perfect place for Howie Greller to do business. But as VP of Beach Patrol Swimwear, his job's no day at the beach. He has to worry about things like phone systems. All AT&T offered for the budget was a system he'd outgrow. So he chose Centrex, an expandable phone system that will never have to be replaced. Pacific Bell Centrex, because phone systems are kind of like bikinis. What fits today may not fit tomorrow.
Spotlight's on you.
Bud Light is cosmic. Satisfying.
Good on the hip.
Go with the attitude of Bud Light. This is it, all right?
I'll share if you want to.
All you guys out there drinking those other beers, I see you, but I wouldn't want to be you.
Bud Light is a beer that I enjoy, and it doesn't fill me up.
Oh, c'est bon. C'est magnifique. Bud Light. How sweet it is.
Try it, Bud Light. You'll like it.
There's nothing better than a nice cold Bud Light. Hey.
A 1993 Toyota 4x4. Nothing else comes close.
Today's game is brought to you in part by Nissan. It's time to expect more from a car. By the California Lottery and Super Lotto. And by Safeway. For the quality you want and the savings you need, nobody does it better.
Back at Riverfront Stadium with the Giants leading 2-0. One of the things we have come to enjoy when we come to Cincinnati is being able to watch my partner Hank Greenwald go from TV to radio.
No, you're not. You're not.
And that's how easy it is.
Looks a lot easier that way, doesn't it? You have your son here to clean off the table. That's right. So you can put your stuff down and everything. Right. Willie McGee leads it off in the 8th inning. Facing Steve Foster, who has taken over the pitching chores for the Reds. Giants leading 2-0. How about Fairley, huh?
Fairley with the play and the put out.
Got the play of the day right there.
You bet.
Said before he didn't, doesn't quite have the mobility going left to right, but those balls hit straight at him. He's tough.
Plus he knows how to play the hitters. Actually played everybody in the same spot over the last 5 years.
0-2 pitch to McGee is taken high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Willie has a hit here today. 1 of 8 collected by the Giants, who lead 2-0. Top half of the 8th inning. 22,470 on hand here today. As McGee fouls this one off. Well, Doug is amply rewarded. He came all the way from Boston to be here today, and he got a foul ball. He ran it down up in our booth as it was rattling around up there. And on the next pitch, Manwaring hit the foul ball, then hit a home run. The ball hit the bag, and McGee beats the throw. And Willie McGee safe at first base.
And the difference is exactly what you said. It takes that funny little hop, which kicks a little higher, and that's the difference at first base. And it's a good call by Randy Marsh, an infield hit for McGee.
So the runner at first base. And that will bring to the plate Corey Snyder. Foster fires, and the pitch is in there for a strike. Foster pitched in the recent series out in San Francisco, so the Giants have seen him before.
Well, he was the guy that pitched the night that Lou Piniella and Rob Dibble decided they were going to big-time wrestle a little bit in their clubhouse. It was Pinella's choice of Foster instead of Dibble that started the whole thing.
Oh, and 1 the count. Snyder has batted once in this ball game since taking over for Will Clark. Had an infield single. Got a breaking ball that he fouls right off the top of the screen behind home plate.
McGee with a short lead at first. Nobody out. 0-2 pitch. And that is high for a ball. Kind of a gray day it has turned out to be, despite the forecast, which called for more of the sunshine that we had here Friday and Saturday in Cincinnati. The next pitch, and Corey Snyder is down on strikes.
No, we haven't finished the routine. Once Hank gets to radio, he has to come back.
This is the return trip. Barely's got the jump on me. See, I pass my stuff through, so I don't have to carry it all. I just take the light stuff. Notice that smooth delivery going up these steps. These are killer steps here. Now watch me turn around. There, freeze it. There. I got down those last 2 steps, and I said, okay, this is game 162. I started my first Giants game ever in Cincinnati. I am not losing it these last 2 steps.
Yeah, you've seen people go down those steps.
Now we have the Dave Glass Memorial steps here in Cincinnati. Chili Davis, who down by the dugout, they have steps down there that are killers. He got hurt. Slow motion. There's the last. See? Yeah. Okay. Not taking any chances. Those last 2 reverse angle shot. This goes here. That goes there. Here, there, everywhere. James fouling it right off the end of the bat, and ball ended up hitting a photographer who never even saw it. Fortunately, it had most of the steam taken out of it.
The photographer pointing his camera.
He's concentrating on the action at first base. 0-2 the count to Chris James. Chris got a run home in the first inning with that ground ball. That is high. Ball that was deflected by the pitcher and run down by Pugh. Boy, Robbie had to breathe a sigh of relief, didn't he? When that inning ended. Last inning after making the error. McGee, is he going to be going? No, he doesn't, and James swings and misses. So there are 2 out. Foster is fan 2 here in the inning. Here's the play of the day so far. Apart from Manwaring's home run, this was a foul ball. Now watch Fairley. He's got it all the way. Never had to move. Just angled the body a little bit. Of course, you know, when you are wired up, as we are here with the headset on that's plugged into something else, it does tend to impair your mobility going left to right.
Yeah, it limits your range. You can only go so far before it tugs on you just a little bit. But Ron, like a good infielder, fielded the ball off to the side.
Boy, that kid throws hard, doesn't he?
He does. He's got good stuff, and the Reds like him so much that there's a chance that you may see Rob Dibble somewhere else.
I always thought he was.
At times, I think you're correct.
0-1 the count. Brad Williams drives the ball deep into left center field, and that ball is caught out there by, holy cow, Reggie Sanders. What a catch he made. And the side is retired. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 2-0 Giants.
Stagecoach funds have arrived. Mutual funds for investors more comfortable on Main Street than Wall Street. 9 different funds, from tax-free income to government securities to long-term capital growth, all aimed at helping you get where you're going. Stagecoach funds, now available at every Wells Fargo office. Climb aboard.
They were many, but they shared a common dream. A dream of freedom, independence, and exotic wines no one could pronounce.
This is their true story. And it's only the beginning. There are about 2 new Lotto millionaires a week. Over 500 people like you and me, only a lot richer. Super Lotto, now playing near you.
At the Men's Warehouse, $290.
But I'm supposed to go to a department store and spend $400 on the same designer suit? Why would I do that? Explain that to me.
Explain that to me.
Why would I do that? Maybe I'm a zillionaire.
Maybe I like to throw money away.
Maybe I'm just dumb.
I'm no zillionaire.
And I don't like to throw my money away.
I'm not dumb.
So please, don't make me go to a department store.
At the Men's Warehouse, you'll find many of the same designer suits as the department stores. The difference, the lower price. I guarantee it.
Well, here in Cincinnati, most of the folks here today would tell you this was the play of the day. I say most of the folks were impressed with this one, but not everybody here. This fella, hard to please. Oh, I've seen that before.
There he is. He has got his spot marked in this ballpark.
Say, he's pumped up for this game. Bottom of the 8th inning. Two nothing Giants. Cesar Hernandez at the plate. Brian Hickerson on the mound. Hey, watching that foul ball carry him back as it just did. Reminded of a play the other night in Atlanta, Dwayne. Might have been the play of the year. Forget it was pitching through a wild pitch. And young fellow Lopez, the catcher for the Braves. There's a drive hit to the base of the wall in left field. Can James hold him? Let's see. Here comes the relay to second. He's in there with a double. Well, Hernandez ties into one and drives it to the wall and left. A two-base hit to lead off the 8th inning. Now the ball hit, and in Atlanta, the base of the behind home plate, the screen is very close. And as Javier Lopez, the catcher, ball went by him, of course, on the wild pitch. And as he turned, the ball hit off the wall and passed him going the other way. Ooh. And went all the way back to the mound. Now here is Green, tying run at the plate, and a breaking ball for a strike.
Now, if you're a left-handed hitter, and you know anything about Brian Hickerson at all, you know that you're going to see a lot of breaking balls. That is his bread and butter against left-handers. And he's got a good one.
And that one is a little low. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's like Steve Reed down in the Giants bullpen. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Runner at second, nobody out. Willie Green at the plate. 1-1 pitch. And a big swing by Green, 1-2. He does stand in there well against left-hand pitching. There she is. Marge.
Marge is going to beat the crowd.
Green grounds it into left field. They're going to hold Hernandez at third. Now they're going to send it. And he's going to score, and down to second base goes Green. Well, they certainly decoyed Chris James into making a throw to the plate.
Well, they did. Willie Green just slaps the ball by Matt Williams. The ball comes up on C.J., and when Green took off, his throw was too high. It was over the cutoff man's head. And not so bad that the base runner from second scores. What As bad out of this whole deal is you miss the cutoff man, and the hitter gets to second base, so he is in scoring position.
Well, we're going to have a pitching change as Reed comes in out of the bullpen, and we'll be back right after this.
At Bank of the West, we've been hearing some grumbling about the merger of two huge banks. So if you've been thinking about moving your account, we have a special offer for you. Show us your old checkbook, and we'll give you free checking for a year. Now, you'll have to get used to a different kind of bank. On the one hand, we'll treat you right and take good care of your money. On the other hand, if you call our hotline at 3 a.m., we might just tell you to stop worrying and go on back to sleep.
It's our first new car.
Your Toyota dealer invites you to discover the all-new Corolla.
After the baby, we needed something a little bigger.
More room than ever before with a standard driver's side airbag and available ABS.
We needed something we felt we could depend on.
Plus, Corolla's reputation for value and reliability that Toyota dealers have been delivering for over 25 years.
Afford it? The only hard part was choosing the color.
Rediscover value at your Toyota dealer and discover Corolla again.
Well, as Reed comes on to do the pitching here in the bottom of the 8th inning, Darren Lewis comes into the ball game and is now playing center field. And Mike Felder, who had been in center field, has moved to left field. So Lewis batting 9. Reed batting in the number 4 spot in the order. And coming up to bat for the Reds is Freddie Benavides. Nobody out, and the tying run at second.
And right now, Hank, Benavides meeting with Sam Perlazo, and I think you really have to consider asking Benavides to bunt that man over to third base. Benavides is not your classic third place hitter. He replaced Barry Larkin. He's a guy that would either hit maybe second or 8th, so you got to see if he can get him over.
Here's the first pitch. He's going to get him over. Runner goes to third. Benavides is on at first.
Well, he didn't waste any time.
Didn't waste any time, and I don't think he ever gave it any thought.
No. And Sam Perlazo probably said, hey, listen.
I think he might have said, this guy's tough to bunt. Why don't you just swing away and try to, you know, hit it to the right side or something.
See if you can ground a ball to the right side. Instead, he laces a line drive into center field.
Now here is Reggie Sanders, who is already a hero today with that great catch he made off Matt Williams. Taking a run away from the Giants that certainly would have allowed McGee to score with 2 out. And what a difference that made. Tying run at third. Bottom of the 8th inning. Nobody out. So Benavides, who Wayne mentioned, came in to replace Barry Larkin at shortstop. Comes up with a big hit. Giants 2, Reds 1, bottom of the 8th inning. And the breaking ball is high. 1 ball, no strikes. Roger Craig managing what may very well be his final game as the skipper of the San Francisco Giants. The breaking ball that time. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And important right here if Steve Reed can get a strikeout. Then, of course, a double play would end the inning. And if you have a particular pitch that you can go to try to get a strikeout, that's what Steve Reed has to do.
Reed picked up his first major league victory here on Friday night. is a foul ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Reed came in the 4th inning in relief of Dave Burba here the other night as you look at Rod Beck in the Giants bullpen. And in that game, Reed induced Dan Wilson to, with the bases loaded, bounce one out in front of the plate that Decker fielded, stepped on home plate for 1 out and threw to first to complete the double play. But nobody out right here, so you've got to concentrate on that runner at third. And the pitch. That is low outside, 2-2.
Going for the strikeout on a pitch that breaks down and away from the right-handed hitter. Pretty tough for right-handed hitters to stay in on the breaking ball if Reed starts out the ball right at the right-handed hitter, and that may be what Reed is going to have to do if he can come up with the strikeout.
2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Low for a ball, 3-2. See what the Reds do with Benavides at first base, whether he will be sent here with nobody out. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Green, the tying run at third. Sanders standing in. 3-2 pitch. Ball 4.
Now, when you say ball 4, it wasn't even close. It didn't look like Reed wanted to come in to Reggie Sanders, hoping that Sanders would swing at a bad pitch. You can't do that when you got people all over the bases.
Now that's one you got to start a little farther out, I think, and that one never had a chance of being a strike. That's going to be all for Reed, and Rod Beck is summoned from the bullpen, and as he gets ready to come in, we'll take a break. We'll be back right after this.
They were many, but they shared a common dream. A dream of freedom, independence, and exotic wines no one could pronounce. This is their true story. And it's only the beginning. There are about 2 new Lotto millionaires a week. Over 500 people like you and me, only a lot richer. Super Lotto, now playing near you.
Honey, you know that little package they delivered this morning? Did you put it somewhere?
Federal Express knows how it feels when you have to locate your package.
Mommy needs it for a meeting.
That's why Federal Express has a tracking system that can tell you where your package is.
How about giving Mommy a hint?
Of course, once it gets there, you're on your own. Federal Express.
Henry, where are my keys?
Our most important package is yours.
Well, the Giants holding on to a 2-1 lead, bringing in Rod Beck in an almost impossible situation. The bases loaded and nobody out. Say almost. Beck has been their best this year.
Well, the one thing that Rod Beck has been able to do is get a strikeout when he needed one. Beck has 87 strikeouts in 89 innings pitched, and of course that's what he needs right now. He's only walked 14. Going back to what Steve Reed, walking Reggie Sanders, instead of going after the guy, and you never know what he's going to do. Yeah, he could hit a line drive and come up with a base hit, but he could also make an out. If you walk him, that moves the winning run, or at least the potential go-ahead run, and what could be the winning run, to second base. Now he's in scoring position.
Reds are going to send up Dave Martinez to pinch hit for Tim Costo. Veteran Martinez brings a lot of experience up there to home plate. Hitting .256, as you see. He hit home run number 3 here yesterday with a Drive down the line in right field that hit the screen on the foul pole. Green at third, Benavides at second, Sanders at first. And Beck starts him out with a strike. Rod Beck, 61 hits in 89 innings. 87 strikeouts, 14 walks. Boy, numbers like that are hard to find. And strike 2 to Martinez. 0-2 the count. Martinez simply trying to make some contact will enable that tying run at least to get home. 0-2 pitch. And Uribe goes to second, and that's all they get. The tying run scores as Green comes in from third. Sounds like a broken bat ground ball. It was not an ideal double play ball, and it was not a ball on which Uribe figured he had a chance to come home with. So I think he just figured, all right, I'll get what I can, and that's it.
Yeah, you either have to play the infield in, and then as soon as the ball is hit to your middle infielders come home, or you have to play back and go for the double play. And this ball just not hit hard enough for the Giants to be able to turn it. Now you've got the lead run at third base, and a fly ball will score him.
And the dangerous Paul O'Neill. And Beck starts him out with a strike.
Sometimes you can throw such a good pitch and make the hitter look so bad at the plate that it can actually work in reverse. And that's what happened with Martinez.
Benavides at third. And that misses. 1-1. O'Neill 0 for 3 today, but he's got a chance to be a hero right now. And that is low ball 2, 2-1. 1 out here in the 8th. It's a 2-2 ball game. Snyder will come to the plate, and they've got Benavides in a rundown, and he is tagged out. And moving to second base goes Martinez. So it's a fielder's choice. Goes 3-2-5, and Benavides is out. May have been the contact play. He may have been going as soon as the ball was hit. I'm watching the hitter, and on the contact play, Dwayne, the principle is you go, I guess, you
go on contact.
You go on contact
on the ground, and it's a good play because you still have a runner in scoring position if the guy is thrown out at home.
Now Dan Wilson, and he backs away. 1 ball, no strikes. Reds runners at first and second. Wilson singled his last time up. 2-2, bottom of the 8th, 2 out. Breaking ball is high. 2-0. Dickerson started the inning. And then it was Reed. Now it is Beck. Martinez at second. And Thompson saves the day. Robbie Thompson saves the day as a diving catch prevents a run from scoring. And the side is retired. The Reds pick up 2, and we go to the 9th, tied 2-2.
Hey, San Francisco, the Bud Light Spotlight's on you.
And here's Bud Light.
Hey! Hi, Mom! Hi, Dad! I married this man for a Bud Light. I love it! I love it! I love it!
Personally, I cool off with Bud Light.
Bud Light is the Bay Area's best.
Hey!
That's Bud Light with no E on the end.
You just gotta know what you want out of life. This is the best.
It's the primo brew for San Francisco.
Bud Light in California's earth-shakingly good.
Hey!
I drove it for 8 years.
Your Toyota dealer invites you to discover the all-new Corolla.
I never got so much out of a car.
Totally redesigned, including a standard driver's side airbag and available ABS.
It lasted me all 4 years of college. Okay, 5 years.
Plus Corolla's reputation for value and reliability that Toyota dealers have been delivering for over 25 years.
But I've gone on to bigger and better things. Just got the new one.
Rediscover value at your Toyota dealer and discover Corolla again.
Don't you just love short notice? But hey, how often do you get a chance to go to Hong Kong on business? If I can just get the sitter. Well, I don't like to waste time redialing, so I use repeat dialing from Pacific Bell. I just press *66 and hang up. While I'm getting ready, repeat dialing will redial my sitter's number every 45 seconds and then call me back when her line is free.
Repeat dialing. Order now for free installation. Another new idea from Pacific Bell.
Oh, good. Hi, Mary Lou. Can you sit Buster for 6 days?
It makes life safer to have rules. Yeah, if you didn't have rules, someone would get hurt. Well, if the ball goes under the bus, you shouldn't go after it. Yeah. You should never go under the bus for anything. It's very cool to follow the rules.
Well, this is how the bottom of the 8th came to an end. And by an eyelash, the Giants' hopes in this game might have come to an end, but they've been spared by Robbie Thompson's brilliant diving catch, robbing Dan Wilson of a base hit. And Thompson leads it off. 9th inning. Robbie fouls one up here above our heads. Good kind of open season on these booths here. Well, on the upper deck, got that one. Foster throws, and the breaking ball missing. This was before Thompson's catch. This was the play of the game from the Giants' standpoint, right there. Ron Fairley. Good high, hard one thrown by Robbie, right by Robbie Thompson. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 9th inning. And the 1-2 pitch. And Thompson strikes out. So there's one away in the Giants' half of the 9th. And that will bring to the plate Kurt Manwaring. Manwaring's 2 for 3 today and put one in the seats in left field his last time up. 2-2 game here in the 9th. Kurt lays off at his high. 1 ball, no strikes. That's in there for a strike. 1-1. Reds trailed until the bottom of the 8th inning. And they came up with 2 and tied this game at 2 apiece. Manwaring went for the breaking ball and fouls that right off the glass of that is the dining room over there, the press dining room. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There it is, glass enclosure up there. And a fastball is high, 2-2.
See Foster wasting that fastball up. Got a good live arm.
Strike 3 to Manwaring. So there are 2 away. As Manwaring heads back to the dugout, and that will bring to the plate Jose Uribe. Uribe had a base hit in the 5th inning. He is 1 for 3 here today. 2 out, top of the 9th, 2-2 ball game. Giants and Reds on the final day of this season. Breaking ball in for a strike. Belly getting some shots in up there. Another breaking ball, same place. 0-2. Dwayne Henry. trotting down to the bullpen. Suggests they're going to pinch hit. Well, let's see. Yeah, they would pinch hit for Foster next inning. 0-2 pitch. That's grounded at first, and Martinez tossing to Foster for the out. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning on the last day of the season, tied 2-2.
It happens every morning in London, Paris, and Madrid. In Munich, Manchester, Zurich, and Brussels. In Glasgow, Stockholm, Frankfurt, Milan, and now Berlin. As the new day arrives, so do we. American Airlines. With over 200 nonstops a week to Europe from across the U.S. American Airlines. Something special to Europe.
It's a big place, America. But we've all gotten pretty good at getting around in it. So when you're the Bank of America, you put yourself in the right spot so you can be there when people arrive. Banking on America. Bank of America.
Skip and Harry have been arrested for robbing a bank.
That's right, we bad.
There's only one thing worse than being accused of bank robbery, and that's sharing a cell with a man accused of murder. Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor doing the time of their lives.
I'm crazy. For an interim gig, this really wasn't bad. What enough?
They're stir crazy. Monday at 8 here on Channel 2.
Hi, I'm Jason Priestley. Drugs will hurt you and those you care about. If you're involved with drugs or know somebody who is, there is help. Please call 1-800-662-HELP. Don't wait. Do it now.
Bill Doran leads it off. Bottom of the 9th inning. Rod Beck throws high outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Tied at 2 apiece. And that is high, ball 2. Leadoff batter here in the 9th. And Doran takes a strike, 2-1. Billy Doran, born right here in Cincinnati. Played for the Houston Astros for many years. Fouls this one in and out of the glove of Kurt Manwaring. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two-2 pitch. Broken bat, ground ball to Snyder. And there's the first out of the inning. The kind of a pitch that warms a pitcher's heart right there.
Boy, it really is. You come in with a good 2-strike fastball that moves in on the hands of that left-handed hitter. And see splinters flying as Doran gets out of the box. The other thing about games like this, Hank, is you don't have to save Rod Beck for anything. You can leave him out there until, if you want to leave him out there because he's not really conditioned to pitch a lot of innings, but you don't have to worry about saving him for something next week.
Now he will have plenty of days to rest after his outing today. Now Jeff Reed comes on to pinch hit for the Cincinnati Reds. Reed is 0 for 8 as a pinch hitter, has had only 24 at-bats this season. 1 out. Bottom of the 9th. Reed goes after the first pitch and fouls it back. Reed had arthroscopic surgery on his right elbow. Been on the DL since April 26th. Surgery to remove a bone spur. Did come back and play at Nashville. Played 14 games down there. So he hasn't seen much action this year.
Now you'd like to be able to get a little taste of the rest of the season if you're an injured player. If you can get in a couple of games, it makes the off season a little bit shorter. Knowing that, yeah, I did come back. Now I just need to stay in shape and get ready for the next year.
Jeff Reed, who was the catcher when Tom Browning pitched his perfect game a few years back against the Dodgers. One-two delivery. And Reed lines it to Matt Williams at third. Oh, you don't make that catch, and there's a couple of bases right there.
A couple of line drives that have been caught have really helped out Rod Beck. This one off the bat of Reed. Matt playing him perfectly, just has to go up in spirit, and he does.
So they're 2 out in the bottom of the 9th inning in a 2-2 game here in Cincinnati. And the batter is Cesar Hernandez. Chases him out of there with a breaking ball. They didn't come close to hitting him, but Hernandez wasn't going to stick around to find out. One ball, no strikes. Hernandez doubled. That started the rally in the 8th inning. 1-1 the count. Reds Hall of Famer Johnny Bench was out here before the ball game. He was on the field taping some television show that he's working on. Now the 1-1 pitch. Darren Lewis going back, still going back. Look at that catch by Darren Lewis. And we're going to extra innings. After 9 full, Giants 2, Reds 2.
It happens every morning in London, Paris, and Madrid. In Munich, Manchester, Zurich, and Brussels. In Glasgow, Stockholm, Frankfurt, Milan, and now Berlin. As the new day arrives, so do we. American Airlines. With over 200 nonstops a week to Europe from across the U.S., American Airlines, something special to Europe.
Do you want to fly where there are no runways? Do you want to swing where no one has swung before? Or do you want to surf where there is no ocean? Then get yourself a Toyota 4Runner, because where you're headed, you don't want to be driving anything less.
2-2 ball game as we go to the top of the 10th inning, and here's the catch that ended the bottom of the 9th. Is that ball really carried? I did not think when it left Hernandez's bat that it was going to go that far. But the young man out in center field, Darren Lewis, can track him down.
Yeah, a number of terrific defensive plays this afternoon, and this one made by Darren Lewis. We saw Reggie Sanders make one to take a double and to take a run away from the Giants in the top of the 8th inning. So it's been defense that has really shown itself here this afternoon.
Well, the symbolic aspect of this extra inning game cannot be overlooked either here on what might be the final game ever played by the San Francisco Giants, almost as if to say, yeah, it might be, but we're not quite ready to go yet. And Darren Lewis leads it off, 0-1. And there he is, the franchise, Mike Murphy. Over 35 years involved with baseball, the Giants, and before that with the Seals.
A lot of mixed emotions for Mike Murphy. I'm sure he's feeling them right now.
Fly ball right field, and Paul O'Neill is there, 1 out. Lewis out here in the 10th inning. Dwayne Henry retiring the first batter he faces. And that'll bring up Mike Felder. I mean, people often say, well, my life was in baseball. I mean, and yes, at a certain point it became your life. But you look at Murph, I mean, he started as a bat boy. I mean, when you can say that and you're still in the game, then your life was, yes, your life was baseball. I mean, he was a bat boy.
Some of the things that he has seen over the years.
What they say, he knows the secrets.
Yes, he does. And they will stay with Mike Murphy. You can be assured of that.
They don't come any better. Just a little bit high.
Just your average 0-2 waist pitch.
Some guy in the third row now is trying to charge the mound. Now he's upset Henry's thrown at him. And unfortunately, he can't get through the screen behind the home plate. A little lazy pop-up. Benavides is going to be called off. Well, they tried to call him off. He didn't hear it. 2 out. Let's see that high, hard one here. Let's take a look at this one. See where up it goes. Rising fastball.
And Wilson just couldn't get the glove there in time. The ball kept rising.
Despite the fact that gravity is working on that ball from the moment it leaves his hands. Yes, you tell that to the ball.
Oh, it sure doesn't seem like it when you're standing at home plate.
You tell that to the guy whose head that ball was coming at it behind the screen. Fortunately, he was protected. McGee fouls it back 0-2. Willie's had a couple of hits today in 3 at-bats. Game goes long enough, he could still end up hitting 300.
Yes, he could.
Goes long enough, he could hit 320, I guess. 0-2 pitch. We're on the top of the 10th inning. But the Cardinals this year, they had 26 extra inning games. Ooh. It was one shy of the National League record. 1-2 pitch. And that's lifted in the air toward the seats. Out of play. Looking at part of the 22,470. Looking at about 85 of them. Right there. There's the rest. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. And that is up the middle, and Doran has it. Throws out McGee. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning, tied 2-2.
It doesn't look like baseball.
What is this?
It doesn't sound like baseball. It doesn't even taste like baseball. For Jack Elliott, baseball has a new name.
What's the ticket, Doc?
Same to you. Only he can't pronounce it. Tom Selleck.
Do the hokey pokey! Turn yourself around!
Mr. Baseball, rated PG-13. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
When your home is damaged, State Farm is there, fast. You see, when you have a homeowner's insurance claim with State Farm, you report it to your agent. And right away, we team up with State Farm claims people.
We work with your agent to avoid needless hassles and delays so you can get your home back together as soon as possible.
Our teamwork speeds your claim. It's another reason why State Farm is such an outstanding homeowner's insurance value. State Farm is there.
We're going to the bottom half of the 10th inning here at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, where baseball, being the relaxed sport that it is, this gentleman is taking advantage of the opportunity to just kind of kick back a little bit, enjoy, get up, stretch, take the traditional 10th inning stretch, maybe spill a little beer over his shirt, and think about going out to get something to eat. And in between that, you can tell he's been listening to our telecast as well. The audio portion has inspired that yawn. Now here we go to Willie Green, who lifts one in the air to Willie McGee. 1 out, bottom of the 10th. See a lot of first ball hitting when you get into extra innings. Everybody wants to end it with that first swing of the bat. 1 down, and Freddie Benavides, the batter.
Yeah, it's usually an error or a mental mistake that will cause the other team to win as opposed to a home run.
Well, I have often thought about this, sort of a capsule summation of this season for the Giants. And today might summarize it for them. Not good enough to win, not bad enough to lose in 9.
2-0 lead. They should have hung on to it.
And they've been just somewhere in between there, right? Best the Giants can do if they win this is 72-90. And they have had a lot of ball games when you don't score many runs. You're going to be in a lot of games, but there are going to be a lot of games that go to the 9th inning tied and beyond. Well, Benavides with a base hit here in the 10th inning. And the Reds have a base runner. That is the first hit off Rod Beck. And it'll bring to the plate Reggie Sanders.
Now, this, of course, is the part of the batting order where you have to be careful. If the Reds are going to bunch some hits together to beat you, it usually would come from this part of the batting order. This is where they have their best hitters.
A ball and no strikes. Rod Beck, the 4th Giant pitcher. Encouraging outing for Kevin Rogers. 6 innings, 2 hits, no runs. Struck out 6 and walked 2. Benavides with the lead at first. 2 balls, no strikes. The count. Benavides waits, and he'll wait a little bit longer. After this game, the grounds crew will go right about changing this field for football and getting it ready for the Bengals.
And then they can keep it like that.
That could be a problem. Now McGee says he'll take it. 2 out. Talking with them before the game, the grounds crew, they said that it's a lot easier to convert this from baseball to football than the other way around. So they can do that. They can convert it to football in just 4 or 5 hours. So back to baseball again, it's more difficult because they have to rebuild the mound. And they've got to work on the bases, those areas around the bases.
And, of course, the bleachers. Or, I beg your pardon, the fence, the home run fence.
Yeah.
It's easier to take that down than to have to put it up.
Now here's Dave Martinez with a runner at first. Interestingly enough, the dugouts slide with the stands. You know, they're on tracks underneath, and those the stands swing out for the football configuration. As the end zones run right into the dugout, or as the lines are now. But the ends of the dugout, they just simply cover over, and it swings right out toward left field like the third base dugout would, and those seats behind it. And so that the field runs, let's say from football field, would run from home plate out towards center field. 1 ball, no strikes. Dave Martinez with Benavides at first, and the pitch is low. 2-0. See the 10-yard line right there that cuts right across near home plate, and the 5, which is just back of home plate. 2-0 the count. Keep an eye on the runner at first. And that is ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Dave Righetti up again in the Giants bullpen. And that is ball 4 to Dave Martinez. And that moves the winning run to second base. So the Reds have runners at first and second. Ron Beck issuing a rare walk. Beck this year has walked only 15 batters now in over 90 innings of work. And he didn't look too happy about it right now. Now Paul O'Neill. And he goes after the first pitch. 0-1.
Yeah, nasty split finger from Rod Beck. O'Neill looking for the fastball, could not adjust. Take a look at how this pitch drops out of the strike zone, and O'Neill had no chance.
Benavides, the winning run at second base. And he goes after that one again.
Yeah, that's the pitch that Rod Beck has gotten most of his strikeouts on. It breaks so late that the hitter does not have hardly any time to make the adjustment.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. And that's a ball. 1-2. Bottom of the 10th inning. Giants 2, Reds 2. And O'Neill takes inside. 2-2. 2 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for the Giants. 2 runs, 7 hits. No errors for the Reds, who tied it with 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. Benavides off second. Martinez from first. 2-2 pitch. And Thompson runs it down. Throws him out. And in a season that refuses to die, we go to the 11th inning. Tied 2-2.
They were many, but they shared a common dream. A dream of freedom, independence, and exotic wines no one could pronounce. This is their true story. And it's only the beginning. There are about 2 new Lotto millionaires a week. Over 500 people like you and me, only a lot richer. Super Lotto, now playing near you.
Nissan introduces the 93 truck with a roomy interior, the most standard horsepower in its class, and a ranking as best compact pickup in customer satisfaction, which are all reasons why Jack Munson, who owns one of our old trucks, wants to buy our new one, but not the only reasons. You see, Jack's old truck has over 1 million miles. Who knows how far he'll go in our new one? Save up to $1,400 in factory-to-dealer incentives now.
Top of the 11th inning here in Cincinnati. 2-9-2 for the Giants. 2-7-0 for the Reds. Dwayne Kuiper along with Ron Fairley. And this is a ball game where the Giants had the game in hand until the bottom of the 8th inning, when the Reds tied it up, scoring 2 runs on 3 base hits, a couple of fielders' choices. And that's where we're at as Dwayne Henry comes in to begin his 2nd inning of work. He'll be facing Snyder, then a pinch hitter, and then Matt Williams. 2-2. Corey Snyder replaced Will Clark in the 6th inning. Came up with an infield hit, and he also has struck out. So Snyder is 1 for 2. Corey batting .270. Two balls and no strikes. Dwayne Henry retired the side in order in the 10th. Henry this year is 3-3 for the Reds with a 3.42 ERA, and that's a strike, and it's 2-1. Mike Benjamin is in the on-deck circle. Snyder a little behind on the fastball, and it's 2-2.
Henry every now and then can rush one up there pretty good. Seems like occasional fastball, he puts a little extra on it. Like that one.
And indeed he did. And Snyder strikes out for the 2nd time. First strikeout for Dwayne Henry.
And you can see that fastball, that was right down the middle and had something on it.
So with 1 out, Mike Benjamin called back, and here's Mark Leonard. So Leonard will hit. Leo on the year, 236, 4 home runs, 16 RBIs. Mark Leonard as a pinch hitter is 3 for 13. We're in extra innings here in Cincinnati. Final game of the 1992 season. And Mark Leonard takes a strike. Leonard has got the power to give the Giants a lead with 1 swing. Does not pull the ball that much. You wouldn't consider him a pull hitter. He's more of a guy that'll hit the ball straight away and into left center. One pitch to Leo, a swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Right now, Dwayne Henry is throwing the ball pretty hard. Goes down on strike. Second strikeout here in the 11th inning. And that'll bring up Matt Williams. We talked about Henry being able to get a little extra, and he's done it twice now.
That's 10 strikeouts on the afternoon for Reds pitching.
Matt Williams is 0 for 4. He struck out in the first inning and then has flied out 3 times. Pitches up high. Matt had a hit taken away from him by Reggie Sanders in left center field to end the 8th. Swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Trying to end it all with 1 swing, and he came up empty. And he tries it again, and it's 1-2. Righetti warming up in the bullpen for the Giants. We're in the top of the 11th inning, and that's up high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Drags. And Matt Williams pops it up. And Wilson giving chase, and it'll be about 3 rows back, and a nice play by a young man who brought his glove. And I'm sure he didn't think he was going to get much action because he's sitting right behind that screen behind home plate. There's the screen. It's got to be pop-up, otherwise you're not going to get a chance. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dwayne Henry looking in to Wilson. And that goes down swinging. Henry strikes out the side here in the 11th. We'll go to the bottom of inning number 11. Giants 2, Reds 2.
Tell you the truth, no. I didn't believe it.
I didn't believe it. Well, I didn't believe they were really suits by the same designer.
And they were so much less at the Men's Warehouse.
You got to go there yourself and see it. How can they do it?
I don't know.
The question's not, how can the Men's Warehouse get away with selling suits for so much less?
The question is, how can department stores get away with selling them for so much more?
That's the question.
At the Men's Warehouse, the difference is the lower price. I guarantee it.
When your bathroom scale gains more weight than you, it gets harder to read than the fine print on your mortgage, and doesn't even offer emotional support, it's time to get a Health-O-Meter Professional. It gives you physician scale quality for a lifetime of accuracy and durability. The Health-O-Meter Professional. Other scales just don't measure up.
Back at Riverfront Stadium, we're in the bottom of the 11th inning with the Giants and Reds tied 2 apiece. Dave Righetti comes in to pitch for San Francisco. So Rags will come in, replacing Rod Beck. Righetti 1-7, his ERA above 5, 3 saves on the year. Rags will be facing the bottom of the batting order for the Reds. Tough year for Righetti. No one knows it more than Dave Righetti. And I think a fresh start for Righetti next year would be the best medicine that he could have.
There's a guy that doesn't say a great deal. He shows up at the ballpark and he'll pitch anytime you ask him. And you're right, it's been a very frustrating year for Rags.
Well, it was never more evident than when the Giants needed a starter, and it was Righetti who volunteered. Didn't work out for him, but nevertheless, he was there when asked to. Dan Wilson will lead it off. And Wilson fouls it back. Wilson this afternoon is 1 for 4. He singled in the 7th inning. He had a chance to drive home the lead run in the 8th. He had a line drive that Robbie Thompson dove and caught to save a run. And eventually this game went into extra inning. 1 ball and 1 strike to Dan Wilson. Wilson batting .348 on the season. Outside corner, and it's 1-2. Of course, Wilson does not have that many at-bats. 19 coming into the game, so now he has 23. Behind in the count to Dave Righetti. And the 1-2 pitch. And did he go around? They will check. And Randy Myers says no. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Giants last scored on Kurt Manwaring's solo home run in the 7th inning. We're in the 11th. And Wilson stays alive. Bill Dorn on deck, and then we'll see a pinch hitter. We have more activity in the Reds bullpen. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Righetti steps off, and Wilson steps out. Righetti to the plate. Base hit center field. So the winning run is aboard with nobody out here in the 11th inning. Wilson with his second hit. He is now 2 for 5. And here's Bill Doran. Bill Doran is flied out, walked. He reached on Robbie Thompson's fielding error and then grounded out to first. So Billy Doran is 0 for 3.
We're going to see a sacrifice, possibly a hit and run. Sacrifice.
Up high, and Doran takes it 1-0.
You can see Righetti kind of slip on that delivery. Sam Perlaza going through the signs.
And it's 2 balls and no strikes. And one thing Righetti does not want to do is fall behind, so that the concern is now walking Doran. If you walk Doran, then the next hitter would be asked to sacrifice that winning run to third. 2-0 pitch, and it misses 3-0. Tough spot now for Righetti. And if you're Bill Doran, here's where you can take a pitch. Mike Jackson, who we talked about earlier, is heading down to the bullpen, so he will be loosening up. And the 3-0 pitch to Doran as he's taking all the way, and he takes a strike. Now it's 3-1.
Might see hit and run. There's the line score right there.
Sam Perlaza talking to Bill Doran. Anytime you see a meeting between third base coach and the hitter, it sometimes will tip you off into thinking that it may be something other than what you have seen the hitter do. And of course, we have watched Bill Doran looking like he's going to sacrifice.
And it appears as though he's going to be doing it again.
First and second. Nobody out. Joe Oliver is coming up to the plate. Oliver has had a good year for Lou Piniella. Batting .271 with 10 home runs, 57 RBIs. As a pinch hitter, he has only been up 1 time as a pinch hitter, and he has a hit and 2 RBIs.
And I would imagine he is going to try to bunt the runners along.
I certainly would think so, but he doesn't look like the type of guy that would be put up there to bunt.
You got to be careful because he's the kind of guy that can hit into a double play, though.
And he is not bunting, and he pops it up out of play. Really surprised by this because this situation is screaming for a bunt.
I guess Piniella has taken the approach that, well, if you're going to give up an out to get a guy into scoring position, well, you didn't have to give up that out. You've got a man in scoring position. Maybe your better chances of scoring, if you've got more outs to work with, let him swing the bat.
I know, but the threat of the double play really,
I know, it scares you.
Looms large. Now the bunt, and he bunts it back, and now it's 0-2.
Well, he's going to give him one shot at hitting the ball the other way and getting the runner from second over to third. Well, that didn't work, so now he puts on the sacrifice. And now you're going to give Oliver just one chance to bunt the guy over. Now you can't do that with a count of 0-2.
Now he has to swing the bat. No balls and 2 strikes. And he pops it up. Coming in is Darren Lewis. He is under it, and he makes the catch. So Oliver is the first out here in the 11th inning. And that'll bring up Cesar Hernandez. Cesar Hernandez has 2 hits and 5 trips to the plate. He singled in the first inning, doubled and scored in the 8th. He hit a ball straight over the head of Darren Lewis in the 9th, and Lewis made an over-the-shoulder catch to end the inning. And that's outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Cesar Hernandez looking in, and the pitch is a high chopper into the Giants dugout. Is that Greg Litton? Hernandez comes out of the Dominican Republic. Hit 300 in the minor leagues. He does have some power. Picked up on waivers out of the Expos organization, and that's down low. 2-1 now the count to Hernandez. Dave Righetti trying to get him and the Giants out of a jam here in the 11th. A swing and a miss as Righetti let that fastball go, and it's 2-2.
Looked like Hernandez may have chased a pitch that was a little bit out of the strike zone.
Yeah, it looked like ball 3. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch from Righetti is fouled, and again it's right back in our level, and the engineer that works with the Reds radio crew made the catch, and he gives it to that young man. Still not quite as good a play as the one made by Ron Fairley.
Self-defense.
2-2 pitch. Popped it out of play, and we'll do it again. So Hernandez is battling Dave Righetti here in the 11th. The winning run is at second base, and it's Dan Wilson. Pitch. Hernandez with an emergency swing just bounced it off of his foot, and it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jackson now is ready down in the bullpen if Roger Craig needs to use the big right-hander.
Well, you got Green due up next, the left-handed hitter. I'd imagine he's going to go with Righetti.
We're in the 11th. The 2-2 pitch. Outside, and now it's a full count. Will Piniella send the runner? 3 balls and 2 strikes. At second base is Dan Wilson.
Well,
at first is Billy Dorrance.
All depends upon how much confidence he has in Hernandez making contact.
The runners do not go, and Hernandez fouls it back.
And Wilson down there at second base, a catcher. You might want to be a little bit reluctant to want to send Wilson, who does not have that much speed.
That's the man we're talking about. He's the key base runner here in the 11th. Righetti to the belt, and he comes to the plate. And Hernandez pops it again out of play. And Hernandez staying alive. The Reds looking to win their 91st game. Payoff pitch. On the ground to Uribe. To Thompson, to Snyder. Yes. They turn it. And we will go to the 12th. Giants 2, Reds 2.
Powerful cleaning and bright colors. New Cheer with ColorGuard bleach.
Let's talk about bedrooms. Now, if you've been sleeping on some lumpy old saggy in the middle, no support, stiff back in the morning, feathers flying, mattress on the floor, no box spring kind of bed, I've got a way to help you sleep better. It's a whole bedroom suit from your Get It Today store. RTO. Rent to own. RTO's got a complete bedroom with dresser, chest, and nightstand for just $21.99 a week. Free delivery today, $21.99. Look us up in the white pages under RTO.
Now we reach the 12th inning here in Cincinnati. 2-9-2 for the Giants, 2-8-0 for the Reds. Wasn't that long ago, at least it didn't seem that long ago, when the Giants and Reds went 16 innings here at Riverfront Stadium. The last time these clubs played in the city of Cincinnati. Scott Ruskin is the new pitcher for the Reds. Ruskin comes in to replace Dwayne Henry, who struck out the side in the 11th. So for the Giants here in the 12th inning, it will be Robbie Thompson, Kurt Manwaring, and Jose Uribe. Robbie has struck out his last 3 at-bats. And I suppose that is not the way you want to finish the season. And Thompson grounds this one right back to Ruskin. I don't know how he caught it. Hit it right back at Scott Ruskin.
Didn't take long to get to him. Ruskin put up his glove, otherwise that ball hits him, looked like right in the face.
Yep.
You better catch that one.
So Ruskin retires Robbie Thompson, and here's Kurt Manwaring, who has a solo home run, his 4th of the season in this game. And that ball's low. Manwaring is batting .244. We're in the 12th inning. And that's a strike. If you remember, Scott Ruskin when he was with the Montreal Expos, and this is to Martinez, and Manwaring is retired, 2 down. Here's Jose Uribe, who is 1 for 4. Uribe singled in the 5th inning. And he goes after the breaking ball, and he comes up empty, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Pittsburgh shut out New York. Chicago beat Montreal 3-2. San Diego a winner over Atlanta in Atlanta. And Houston shut out the Dodgers. St. Louis beat the Phillies 6-3. With San Diego beating Atlanta, that snapped the Braves' 4-game winning streak. Uribe goes down swinging. A quick inning for Scott Ruskin. And we will go to the home half of the 12th in a 2-2 tie.
Hi, I'm Jim Palmer for the Money Store. At the Money Store, we've developed a unique loan for today's homeowners, the 25-year second mortgage loan. Unlike first mortgages, almost all home equity loans have payment terms of 10 to 15 years. But with the Money Store's 25-year loan, you get much lower payments than on a 10 or 15-year loan. What if you don't need the extra 10 years? You just pay off this loan early. Because on all 25-year loans, the Money Store is waiving all prepayment penalties. So you get the best of both worlds, the lowest payment plan available and the ability to pay off the loan early. We're so confident you'll like this loan, we invite comparison. See if you can match these terms. 25-year low payments, no prepayment penalty, fixed rates, and in most cases, fully tax deductible. So call the Money Store at 1-800-LOAN-YES for the 25-year no prepayment penalty loan. Call 1-800-LOAN-YES.
Bottom of the 12th, and for the Reds, we'll see Willie Green, Freddie Benavides, and Reggie Sanders. So Giants and Dave Righetti have reached the tough part of the batting order for Cincinnati. Starting to get a little chilly here at the ballpark. Game started out at 2:15 with the temperature 65 degrees, and it's probably dropped quite a bit since then.
Still, many of the fans are sticking around.
It was 22,470 that paid to get into this ballpark on Fan Appreciation Day. And if the fans got here early enough, they got a chance to see Beethoven run around the park, which is Marge Schott's dog, inside to Willie Green. It certainly made it all worthwhile for us as we were working and watching. 1-0 pitch to Green, a swing and a miss, and Green with a healthy cut. Willie Green flied out in the first inning, lined out in the third, struck out in the sixth, singled in the eighth, and flied out in the 10th. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Willie Green, thought quite highly of by the Cincinnati Reds. Off the end of the bat, so he stays alive. Green came over from the Expos with Dave Martinez and Scott Ruskin for John Wetland and Bill Risley. And that just missed. Righetti may have wanted it. 2-2 the count. Those guys that you never heard of in deals like that end up sometimes making the trade sway in favor of a certain team. Up high, and it's 3-2.
That's why it's very important that your minor league managers turn in reports not only on your players, but on the other players as well.
Absolutely.
So that somebody in your farm system can start making notes on other players that if a trade should come up, you may want to ask for somebody down there in the minors.
Payoff pitch to Green. It's up high, and the winning run is aboard. Willie Green draws the walk. And with nobody out, here is Freddie Benavides, who since he came in to replace Barry Larkin is 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. First pitch to Benavides is up high as Benavides is showing bunt. Reggie Sanders is on deck. We're in the bottom of the 12th inning in a 2-2 tie. Righetti to the plate. Benavides lays it down, and it is a good one. Matt Williams will go to first to Robbie Thompson. 5-4 on the sacrifice bunt. And with one out, that'll bring up Reggie Sanders. Bullpen is quiet for the Giants, as is for the Reds. Reggie Sanders has 1 hit in 3 at-bats, and he's walked twice. And what are the Giants going to do? They're going to walk Sanders intentionally and pitch to Martinez. Sanders' run doesn't mean anything because, of course, Willie Green's is the one that'll win the game. So whatever you do with Reggie Sanders is irrelevant other than the fact that defensively you come up with forced plays at third and at second, and of course at first. So this is kind of a no-brainer move right here.
Well, this is an easy move right here. You don't want to fool around. You want to have the left-hander go against the left-hander. It sets up a double play possibility. So this is, as you said, a no-brainer.
Dave Martinez, who came in to play in the 8th inning as an RBI on a fielder's choice in the 8th inning, that tied the game. And he's also walked, so Martinez is 0 for 1. Facing Dave Righetti. Righetti looking back, and he comes to the plate, and it misses to Martinez. 1 ball and no strike.
What Righetti does not want to do here, and that is walk Martinez to load the bases.
Righetti, you can see, looking in to Kurt Manwaring. And he comes to the plate, and Martinez swings and misses 1-1. Looks like Darren Dalton will lead the National League in RBIs with 109. One ball and 1 strike. Martinez looking at Righetti. And the pitch. And that's a strike, and it's 1-2. Pretty good job by the young man behind home plate, Jerry Meals. We haven't seen too many complaints. 1-2 pitch, and Martinez pokes it foul. Martinez with a .255 batting average. 30 RBIs. Make that 31 with the RBI here this afternoon. And the pitch. And he has a better swing at this pitch and fouls it back. Yeah, that part in the game now where you have to eliminate your mistakes, whether they be physical or mental. Because in extra inning games, that's what generally will win ball games and, for that matter, lose ball games. One-two pitch. And that just missed. 2-2.
Also, you can watch Martinez up there. You notice how he's got 2 strikes now. He chokes up a little bit off the knob of the bat. Maybe have a little bit better bat control. We're not trying to hit the ball as hard. Right now, all he's trying to do is get a base hit.
And he stays alive. So Martinez is battling Righetti. Good speed at second base. And that's Willie Green. Paul O'Neill would be up next if Righetti can get by Martinez. And here's the pitch. And it's grounded to Robbie Thompson. Right on the bag. He goes to first. A double play. So Dave Righetti, for the second inning in a row, gets a double play to end the inning. We'll go to the 13th. Giants 2, Reds 2.
From Hollywood Pictures.
Guess we have new neighbors, huh?
Coochie Parker. Oh, hey, Eddie Otis.
Sorry I'm late. I'm Catherine, but everybody calls me Kay.
I would like to propose a toast
To neighbors and friends. How long you been married?
14 years.
Have you been faithful all those years?
You want to make love to my wife, but you're afraid you'll get caught.
You are insane, Eddie.
This is how you die. These little things you deny yourself.
The murder weapon has your prints on it.
You have to help me understand this, Richard. Please, help me.
I didn't kill her. I'm telling you, it's a lie. So is Eddie. Come on, Richard. Where'd he come from? Come from Papa.
Consenting Adults.
What a setup.
Rated R. Starts Friday, October 16th at a theater near you.
Well, we've reached that magical inning, the 13th. 2-9-2 for the Giants, 2-8-0 for the Reds. Dusty Baker looking on. Dusty Baker's new season will start very soon, as he's going to manage in the new league they are having in Arizona, the Phoenix area. But as we get ready to start the 13th, here to call it is Hank Greenwald.
I hope Dusty's not late. Getting there. I think it starts Tuesday, as a matter of fact.
It does. You're right.
Darren Lewis leads it off here in the 13th inning. And Ruskin starts him out with a breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. Darren Lewis came on to play the outfield in the 8th inning. Line to right his first time up. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, Darren Lewis is a young man that has a tough time with a pretty good fastball. I think that Scott Ruskin would be a guy that Lewis could handle.
That is hit foul down the right field line. Now it's fair run, Darren.
That's right. Does it have to stay foul?
Can we interject some new rules into this ball game?
Hey, last game of the year, extra inning. Come on. 1
ball, 2 strikes. And He pulls that one under the glove of Green, and look at this long throw by Benavides. It is complete but out of bounds, and Lewis is safe at first base. A base hit for Darren Lewis.
I don't understand why Scott Ruskin would want to throw Darren Lewis a breaking ball. It's just about the only pitch that D. Lewis has a chance of hitting by the third baseman. But he chooses to do that, and he gets it right by Willie Green. Once he does that, it's going to be a base hit.
Now Mike Felder with a runner at first base. And Felder watches it low inside. 1 ball, no strikes. A lot will depend here on what kind of a jump Lewis feels he can get against Ruskin, the left-hander, because Darren has been successful at stealing bases. Now the pitch, and he shortened a bunt to Felder and takes a strike, 1-1. Well, in contrast to this game, there had a couple of games that were played today in less than 2 hours, including a 1 hour and 44-minute ball game, that Houston LA game, 3-0 Astros. That's inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ruskin has kind of that lingering delivery with that left leg. Or is it the right? It's the right leg, I beg your pardon. The left leg's the one he stands on when he lifts the right leg up. And watch. There, a little bit of a pause. Runner goes, and the pitch is lifted foul, out of play. Except for that lady. He's out of play for everybody else. Cannot believe it. Look at that. She's beside herself. Well, she's beside her friend, I guess, but she has the ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that's hit in the left field, and a base hit, and Lewis will go to second and hold there. So Mike Felder follows Darren Lewis' hit with one of his own. Felder's second hit of the ball game and 6 trips to the plate. Giants have 2 men on, and Willie McGee comes to the plate.
Now, Willie, is it going to be your job to sacrifice D. Lewis to third? We'll see. Corey Snyder is in the on-deck circle. He would be the next scheduled hitter.
And there's a bunt sharply to third, but the throw will go to first. Boy, they got the job done. I'm not so sure that was a great bunt, but it worked. Fortunately, he did it while the Reds did not have a play on. If they had the shortstop break into third, then I think Green is going to turn and throw that ball back.
If they've got one of those plays on where the third baseman is charging, the shortstop covers third, then it is not a good bunt. But if you can make that hitter, or if you can make that third baseman feel the ball when a play is not on, it's the best bunt possible.
We're going to walk Corey Snyder and pitch instead to Greg Litton, who is going to bat for Righetti. So Snyder will be walked intentionally to set up a play at any base. And that brings up Greg Litton. See Lou Piniella gesturing. So a big moment here for Greg Litton in the 13th inning with Lewis at third, Felder at second, Snyder at first.
Roger Craig, an option to go to a lot of players. But he is sticking in this game with the veteran player.
Well, Righetti worked out of a couple of jams, if you will. Litton takes the first pitch, and it's in for a strike, an off-speed pitch.
Well, Litton is not going to see too many fastballs, especially if he gets ahead of the count, and that's where he is right now. And Greg Litton has to make sure that he puts the ball in play.
Lewis taking his lead from third, and that is low outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Martinez, the first baseman, is playing up a bit. Green is playing at near normal depth, maybe halfway, and wide of the bag at third. And the infielders are at double play depth, the middle infielders. Lewis, the runner at third. He's the only one that matters right now. And the pitch, and Litton swings and drives it foul right past Mike Jackson and the Giants bullpen. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And what Ruskin has to do is go for the strikeout.
Wants to strike him out. He also wants to keep the ball down. And here it is. Missed it outside. That pitch was not down, but it was far enough outside that Litton was not tempted. 2-2. Giants and Reds had a 16-inning ball game here earlier this year.
I remember it well.
Ball 3. Trying to get Litton to bite.
Well, if you're Greg Litton, you have to realize that the guy on the spot is the pitcher. It's not you. He has to come into the strike zone, and you have to be disciplined enough to swing at strikes.
Lewis at third, Felder at second, Snyder at first. 3-2 pitch. And Litton hits it well to left field. Way back. It is gone! A grand slam home run. It is the first one the Giants have hit all year. Lewis scores, Felder scores, Snyder scores, and here comes Litton. A grand slam home run. He just hit the jackpot. The first one for Litton, the first one hit by the Giants this year. Look at that dugout. Now Matt Williams.
Now it's got the scoreboard operator quite confused here in the 13th. That should be a 4.
Well, I think Lewis just kept going and went around a second time. That's what fooled him a little bit.
Well, I don't know who wrote this script, but it is quite interesting, I'll tell you that.
That's Litton's 4th home run of the season.
His 2nd pinch hit home run.
Oh, 2 to Matt Williams. Giants now lead 6-2. And the 0-2 pitch. Got him. Now Matt Williams out. There's the 2nd out of the inning. Dwayne, you really called it with respect to that 3-2 pitch, because you correctly identified where the pressure was. It was on the pitcher. He had to come in with one.
Well, you really do. I mean,
that's why I discount that late inning pressure situation statistic in a book that I dearly love, and that Baseball Analyst, but that doesn't take into account who the pressure is on.
Yeah, especially in that spot. 3 and 2 bases are loaded. He has to throw a strike. And I'm not so sure that that he didn't try to take a little bit off of that pitch just to get it in the strike zone.
Robbie bounces one foul. Well, he was going to do whatever he had to do to make Litton hit the ball somewhere.
See where this pitch was. Breaking ball. A 3-2 breaking ball. And who'd have thought that Litton would be sitting on a breaking ball? And I'm sure that he wasn't, but he made a nice adjustment. And
well, it started out, you know, it was a big breaking ball. And I think it might have been a little easy to identify as such. And Litton just waited. Some people have that hard curve that can fool you a little bit. Outside to Thompson, 2-2.
Now Robbie right at that 260 mark, and start looking at little things. You'd obviously rather be in the 260s than the 250s.
And the side is retired. We go to the bottom of the 13th inning. Giants 6, Reds 2.
It may seem like a dream, but it's not. 2 of McDonald's delightful Egg McMuffin sandwiches really are $2. 2 for 2 during breakfast at McDonald's. Hurry in, and please obey all rules of the road. When it comes to value, we say the sky's the limit. 2 of McDonald's mouth-watering Big Mac sandwiches for $2. 2 for 2 during lunch and dinner at McDonald's. They're really flying out of here.
My dad was always there for me. But since Mom died, he's been different. Last week he felt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. Scares me to see him like this, and I just don't know what to do next.
Take the first step. Call us right now at 696-5900. We know what you're going through, and we know what to do to help.
I found people who could be there for Dad.
Giants lead 6-2 as we go to the bottom of the 13th inning. And coming on to pitch for the San Francisco Giants is Mike Jackson, at whom you're looking right now.
See the numbers for Jackson: 6-6, 3.78. Earned run average. Jackson has been in long relief. He's been a guy that has set up Rod Beck or whoever Roger has chosen to be the short reliever.
Mike Benjamin has come into the ball game and is now playing shortstop for the Giants. O'Neill fouls it back, and the count is quickly 0-2.
Now, Paul O'Neill had a chance to give the Reds the lead in the 8th inning when he was up with runners at first and third and 1 out. And he grounded a ball to Corey Snyder, who threw the runner out at home.
Inside to O'Neill.
And then with 2 down, Dan Wilson hit a line drive to the left of Robbie Thompson, who spread himself out and made a terrific catch to end the inning.
And the first ball hit is always to the new guy who comes in the game.
Isn't that the fact?
1 away.
Isn't that a fact?
It does get a little spooky after a while, doesn't it?
It's predictable. And if you're an infielder,
it starts out as a joke, and then you suddenly realize that it happens. Now here is Dan Wilson. I got Benjamin. Let's see. He is batting in the number 8 spot in the order, in case you were wondering. That is fouled back. 1 ball, 1 strike. It was against Jackson in Atlanta that Tommy Gregg hit that home run in the bottom of the 10th inning to win the ball game the other day for the Braves. So I'm sure Mike would like to close out his season impressively today by putting the Reds away as quickly as he can in the bottom of the 13th inning. Braves have left, I think, 13 on the bases. The Braves, when I said the Braves, the Reds. Breaking ball inside. 2-2.
Well, the Braves may have 2, but not in this.
Well, they went extra innings today.
Yeah.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Got him. 2 away. Wilson strikes out. Well, the Reds are down to their final out of the 1992 season. And here's Billy Dorn. And he looks at a strike. Out in front, 0-2. Giants lead 6-2. 0-2 the count. And that's a base hit down the line in right field. And Dorn is around first. He is on his way to second. And he's got himself a double, and he keeps the Reds alive. So not for Bill Dorn to make the final out of the season.
Oh, no, it's going to be maybe Hal Morris, who is swinging a bat in the on-deck circle. Morris most of the time this year on the disabled list, did manage to get in 114 games with 6 home runs, 53 RBIs. 2 for 7 as a pinch hitter.
So Hal Morris stands in with a runner at second base. And he goes after the first pitch and fouls it back 0-1. Giants 6, Reds 2. We're on the bottom of the 13th inning. Jackson trying to put it away. 2-out double by Dorn, keeping that light still flickering for the Reds. Inside with that one, 1-1.
Fastball that tailed on Mike Jackson. Morris was a guy that when he came up to the big leagues hit better than 50% of his balls to the opposite field.
Foul tip that one in and out of the glove of Manwaring. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
But he has since tried to even up the defenses a little bit by pulling the ball a little bit more.
Dorn, the runner at second base. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the 1992 baseball season is over as Mike Jackson strikes out Hal Morris to end the ball game. And the San Francisco Giants have won the final game of the season, and a happy Roger Craig gets ready to go out onto the field and congratulate his players. Giants win it by a score of 6-2, and we'll be back right after this.
Bud Light spotlight's on you.
Bud Light is cosmic.
Satisfying. Good on the hip.
Go with the attitude of Bud Light. This is it, all right?
I'll share if you want to.
All you guys out there drinking those other beers, I see you, but I wouldn't want to be you.
Bud Light is a beer that I enjoy, and it doesn't fill me up.
Oh, c'est bon. C'est magnifique.
Bud Light, how sweet it is.
Try it, Bud Light. You'll like it.
There's nothing
When you buy a 1993 Toyota 4Runner with an extra value option package, you might say you get even more than you bargained for. The power door locks and air conditioning alone make it a really cool deal.
Come here, quick.
Plus, you get carpeted floor mats.
Let's go around.
Power side mirrors, power windows, and of course, cruise control. All this and more, and you save $1,000 too. So why not drop in yourself and check it out?
Business in California has its share of obstacles, especially for the couriers at Speedway Delivery. But the only one that can stop them is an unreliable phone system. If it goes down, their business goes with it. So instead of buying a system they have to maintain, Ernie Holbrook chose Centrex, the one system that's monitored day and night by engineers at Pacific Bell. Pacific Bell Centrex. It keeps California business up and running.
There you see the final totals in 13 innings. The Giants 6-12-2. The Reds 2-9-0. Righetti is the winner. He picks up his second win. Ruskin takes the loss. Home runs by Manwaring and Greg Litton. Congratulations to Greg Litton. He is our Budweiser Player of the Game. A pinch hit grand slam home run in the top of the 13th to win it for the Giants. Litton, our Budweiser Player of the Game. Nothing beats a Bud.
Well, if indeed this was the final game ever played by the San Francisco Giants, you can honestly say that they went out in style, winning it today as they did by a score of 6-2. And there were some touches of irony in this ball game. And I suppose went the entire season without a grand slam home run, only to have one in the final time at bat that they were to have, the 13th inning of the last game of the season, and Greg Litton hits it out of the park and 4-run score, and the Giants win it. I think the mere fact that this ball game went extra innings shows that, in a sense, this team was trying to make a statement. As I said before, yeah, we're probably going to leave, but we're going to stay as long as we can, and they certainly did. The Giants win it by a score of 6-2. Dwayne, a pleasure working with you again this season, and
my pleasure.
Also with Ron. The team did not play as well as I think a lot of people had hoped, but nevertheless, we certainly we're happy to be able to present these ball games to you, and hope in some way that whether the Giants are here next year or not, that you will always be a part of baseball and follow the game itself. Remember, the game is bigger than any of us, any of the teams, any of the people involved in it, and that's really what matters. And so from Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, with a final score, the San Francisco Giants 6 and the Cincinnati Reds 2. For Ron Fairley and Dwayne Kuiper, I'm Hank Greenwald saying so long.
Today's game was brought to you in part by Safeway. For the quality you want and the savings you need, nobody does it better. By your Toyota dealers and their quality line of cars and trucks. By Circuit City, where service is state-of-the-art. By the California Lottery and Super Lotto. By the Men's Warehouse, the latest men's clothing for less than department store prices. And by Budweiser, the king of beers. Nothing beats a Bud.
This has been a KTVU Sports Exclusive.